season long. Your Salem Keizer Volcanoes are playing in the upgraded Volcanoes Stadium. And if you can't be at the game, we'll bring it to you live. Volcanoes Baseball, brought to you in part by North Block Coffee, Avenue Mortgage, and Done Right Plumbing. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening. The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem. Hang on, baseball fans. Your Salem Keizer Volcanoes are about to take the field. We'll have all the coverage coming up on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Batteries Northwest and their Mid-Valley dealers remind you that summer is tough on car and truck batteries. The extra heat, stop-and-go traffic, and the air conditioner are all factors in causing wear. If your battery is starting to crank a little slower, it's time for a new battery, and you should have your connections checked too. You don't want to be at the beach or in the mountains and lose battery power. Contact Batteries Northwest at 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you, or online at batteriesnorthwest.com. That's batteriesnorthwest.com.
Johnson's Funeral Home in South Salem is locally owned, which is a rarity today. Miles Johnson is a Sprague High grad. His wife Erin manages the household with their 8 adorable kids. Budgets are tight for everyone. The Johnsons understand that better than anyone. Their affordable pricing helps ease the burden at such a critical time. Johnson Funeral Home, cremations, funerals, celebrations of life, and pre-planning. Check out their glowing reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Yelp. See more at johnsonscelebrations.com. johnsonscelebrations.com.
Nature isn't the only force that can leave its mark, especially when you have a tractor built to help make your property your own. The Kubota BX80 series is ready to get any job done the way it should be done. Dig, mow, haul, and comfortably maneuver in tight spaces. There's almost nothing it can't help you do. The BX series, America's best-selling subcompact tractor. Kubota, shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor, just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent, and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
August is here and you look around your yard, you have just 1 or 2 more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
I know, you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twist for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
It's time for your Salem Keizer Volcanoes Baseball Bullpen Show, presented by PT Northwest, Power Kia, McDonald's, and Les Schwab Tires. Now for a look at the stats from tonight's matchup. Here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And a good evening, everybody, from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The first game of a 6-game homestand for the Salem Keizer Volcanoes on a pretty memorable evening here already. The Edgar Martinez bobblehead night here at Volcano Stadium as the Volcanoes will look to get away from a road trip that they wish to forget. They have lost their last 6 games, with 3 against Tri-City and 3 over at PK Park against the Eugene Emeralds. They lost yesterday by a final score of 9-2, in which Eugene scored 7 of their 9 runs in the first 3 innings of play. Overwhelming Salem Keizer starting pitcher Kervin Castro forcing him to leave after just 2 innings, his shortest outing of the season. 2 innings, allowing 5 hits, 4 runs. He walked 1 and he struck out 3. It brings his record down to 4-3, as he'll still be looking for his first win since he made that All-Star appearance back on August 6th. The Volcanoes right now with an overall record of 35 wins and 25 losses, and a second-half record of 9-13, tied for third place with the Boise Hawks in the first of a 6-game homestand. 3 here against tonight's opponent, the Everett Aqua Sox, and 3 against the Boise Hawks, a division opponent that the Volcanoes played a lot of right around late July, en route to getting their first playoff appearance in 4 seasons during a 6-game home-and-home series in which they played 3 games here at Volcano Stadium, 3 games at Memorial Stadium, and the Volcanoes won all 6 of them. They won their final 7 games of the first half en route to that first half title, and because of that, they are now going to play in the postseason. But right now, they need to get after the second to last interleague series for the Volcanoes in the final interleague home series of the season, which is the Everett Aqua Sox, a team that the Volcanoes played as their first interleague road series at the beginning of the season and around late June in a 4-game series over at Everett Memorial Stadium. The Volcanoes won 3 of 4. They won game 1 after a 6-run comeback and then another 3-run comeback to win 10-9 after 1. The Volcanoes won the second game. The Aqua Sox won the third game with a chance for Everett to tie the series up in the fourth and final game. The Volcanoes would win by a final score of 13-3 after they hit 4 consecutive home runs in the top of the 4th inning. It was the first time in team history that has happened, and it also gave Everett pitcher Juan Mercedes the Northwest League record for the most home runs allowed in an inning with 5. That was 4 of 5 home runs. And as now all 4 of those guys who hit home runs on that day, June 24th, have been promoted up to play for the Augusta Green Jackets. That is Sean Roby, Franklin Labor, Ricardo Genovis, and Tyler Flores. While Jeff Hope, the 5th guy who hit a home run in that inning, is the only one who is still on the Volcanoes roster, as he is not in the lineup. He will most likely play in the next couple of games here in this series. And while the Volcanoes are trying to get back from a 6-game slump, the Everett Aqua Sox for the past 2 games have actually been rising high a little bit, finishing off their homestead with a walk-off win against the Tri-City Dust Devils yesterday. They have an overall record of 29 wins and 31 losses and a .500 record of 11-11, which puts them at 3rd place in the Northwest League North Division, but they have sole possession of 3rd place, while for the Northwest League South Division, Salem Keizer is tied with Boise with a record of 9-13. And the battle for the second half division title in the South Division, Eugene and Hillsborough both tied at first place at 13-9. The Volcanoes won the first half title. So the hard part in watching these 2 teams face off is that one of these teams is going to finish their season off without a playoff berth, while the other one is going to face off against the Salem Keizer Volcanoes starting on September 4th. Well, in the Northwest League North Division, the Spokane Indians are 1 game ahead of the Tri-City Dust Devils with a 13-9 record. Tri-City at 12-10. Everett with a .500 record of 11-11. Vancouver is at last place with a record of 8-14. The playoff game packages are still going on. The final day when it came to anyone who bought the tickets getting the Edgar Martinez bobblehead, that was the final day yesterday. But now, if you buy a lower box seat for a regular playoff package ticket or any premium playoff flex pass, you'll get a free Willie Mays bobblehead. It is as usual, 1 bobblehead per person or family, and the offer expires while supply. It not expires while supplies last, but it still goes on. It is going to be going on while supplies last here at Volcano Stadium. Again, the playoff package, 1 ticket to each playoff game and a free ticket to opening night in 2020. And if the 4 playoff games are not played for any reason, the tickets will be exchangeable for any game next season. And the premium playoff flex pass, 10-game tickets where you get to decide how you can use them, either for any remaining home game this season, including the playoffs, and any home game next season, in addition to now the Willie Mays bobblehead that you can get here at Volcano Stadium for the playoff flex pass. come September 4th. We're going to take a break here from Volcano Stadium. It is the Aqua Sox and the Volcanoes for game one of a 3-game series. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
John's Decks and Fences says if you're considering a new or replacement deck or fence, don't wait. Lumber prices are sure to go up. Meet with John at your home or business and share your ideas. Many local home and business owners are enjoying the decks that John has built. Others appreciate the attractive fencing for privacy. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so this means big savings for you. Call John at 855-946-5393. John's Decks and Fences will hit a home run for you. CCB number 219310.
Hey Volcano fans, Tom Marks from Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Real Estate Professionals. Buying a house can be like baseball. First base is getting a pre-approval from a lender so you'll know how much home you can buy. Arriving at second is like finding a property you write an offer on. Third base, you've had your home inspection and negotiated repairs. Now, heading home, literally your new home. Just like scoring a run in the game, you'll be elated. If you need help negotiating the basis of home buying, give me a call, 503-881-9230.
Let's say you bought your house in the last 10 years. That means your house has been making you some money. So how do you get it? It's really easy. You refinance with Team Canales. Hi, I'm Katie Canales from Team Canales at Landmark Professional Mortgage, your local mortgage experts. Let's talk about why refinancing right now can be your best move. By refinancing your home, you can lower your monthly mortgage payment, have cash to pay for needed upgrades, or do an amazing remodel. You can even pay off those mounting credit card bills. So how do you get started? Well, that's easy too. Start by going to youshouldrefinance.com to apply today. It will take only 5 minutes to finish the application. You might even be done before this commercial break. Again, go to youshouldrefinance.com. Refinancing can be your best move of 2019. Start right now. This is Katie Canales with Team Canales. YouShouldRefinance.com.
License number ML 5038, NMLS COID 399162, NMLS ID 270783, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Out here, there are many jobs to do. You need the kind of power, versatility, and comfortable handling that comes with your territory. Luckily, there's a tractor built to pull all that weight, the Kubota L Series. And now you can get an L Series for zero down with 0% APR financing for up to 60 months, plus a 6-year warranty. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Visit Rick Rial Farm Supply at 130 Main Street in downtown Rick Rial or online at rickfarm.com.
You'll love the fresh selection of fruits and veggies at Jones Farm Produce this summer. You can save 50% if you stop by halfpriceoregon.com and pick up a $10 gift certificate for just $5. The Jones family grows and sells delicious products direct to the public at their fruit stand on River Road North in Keizer. Visit their ice cream stand too. Get a $10 gift certificate for just $5 only at halfpriceoregon.com.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes looking to snap a 6-game losing streak today in the first game of a 3-game home series against their interleague opponent, the Everett Aqua Sox. The Volcanoes from the Northwest League North Division tied for third place with the Boise Hawks at 9-13. And the Everett Aqua Sox, they have sole possession of third place, and they're 2 games back the Indians with a record of 11 wins and 11 losses. A quick recap of what happened on the Volcanoes side of yesterday's game. It was scoreless, and they were trailing 8-0 at the end of 4. After a couple of scoreless innings, the Volcanoes got a couple of runs on the board. First on a solo home run by Hunter Bishop, his 3rd home run of the season, as he went 1 for 4. But the player of the game offensively for the Volcanoes was his college teammate, now pro teammate, Carter Aldretti. Both guys coming out of Arizona State, both guys drafted in the 2019 draft by the Giants. Aldretti went 2 for 3 with a pair of doubles and was the only Volcanoes player that was walked in the top of the 9th inning. Aldretti got his 2nd double on the first pitch he saw and then scored on an RBI single by Jeff Hope. The final stat line here in this game, the Volcanoes 2 runs on 6 hits, 3 errors. They left 4 runners on, while Eugene, they had 9 runs on 13 hits, no errors, and they left 9 runners on. For Eugene, the winning pitcher was Blake Whitney, who had an undefeated record of 4-0, and the losing pitcher was Kervin Castro. The game had an attendance of 2,728 people, And the time for that game was 2 hours and 28 minutes. The other scores from around the Northwest League yesterday: Spokane beating the Vancouver Canadians by a final score of 2-1. Hillsborough beating Boise by that very same score of 2-1. And in 11 innings, the Everett Aqua Sox yesterday, they had a walk-off home run by Robert Perez for Everett. It was the second walk-off home run in their homestead that they had over about 4.5 hours from here, north of here in Salem Keizer. And they beat the Tri-City Dust Devils by a final score of 8-5. Here to talk about his performance and what he's been doing and how he has gotten better since he got into Volcanoes uniform, here is Carter Aldretti.
So, Carter, out of this final game against Eugene, you had a couple of shining moments at the plate, going 2 for 3 with a couple of doubles. First, take me back to the 4th inning where you faced off against the Emeralds' second relief pitcher in Blake Whitney, hitting her first double.
Yeah, it was early in the count. I just kind of told myself to take a more aggressive approach at the plate. After my first at-bat, I kind of felt passive. So, taking my approach into that at-bat, I was trying to, get him early and threw me a first pitch slider in the dirt. I felt like I saw it pretty well, and then I was just sitting fastball, and I got one to hit and didn't miss it.
What about the second at-bat as well? You said that you got early in the count at 1-0 in the first one. This one, you saw on the very first pitch, one that hit for another 2-bagger. Take me through what you saw from the very first pitch from the same guy.
I was just talking with the hitting coaches in the dugout saying, you know what, this is what you're looking for. It doesn't matter what pitch it is. And, I just took that same mentality into that at-bat and tried to get him early and look for something that I could hit. And thank God he threw it over the plate, and I put a good swing on it.
Ever since you got promoted up to play for the Volcanoes, what have you worked on? What have you gotten better at in terms of offense, in your individual play on offense to help the team out?
I think just plate recognition and plate discipline for me has been the biggest thing that I've been working on. In the past, I've had a really high chase rate, and I think right now my chase rate is a lot lower than it used to be. So taking that, that approach into every game has helped me a lot. The approach that they've been teaching me and the mindset they've been telling me to go up to the plate with has helped me a lot as well. So hopefully I can continue to do that and keep getting hits and keep helping the team win.
And that was the Salem Keizer Volcanoes third baseman Carter Aldretti, who hit 2 doubles in yesterday's game against the Eugene Emeralds. Aldretti, the latest line of members of the Aldretti family who have played either in the Giants organization or up with the Giants up at the pro level, as he has had a couple of family members who have gone up there. As well, and he has now proven himself here in a Volcanoes uniform. Has got a couple of doubles early in the count and scored one of the 2 runs for the Volcanoes in the top of the 7th inning. It was walked in the 9th and was the only Volcanoes player that was walked in the top of the 9th inning of that 9-2 loss to the Eugene Emeralds. And now that the Volcanoes are starting another series, a new series, as we're going back into interleague play. That also means everyone else around the Northwest League is doing the exact same thing. Eugene traveling up to Avista Stadium to play against the Spokane Indians. Tri-City going to Ron Tonkin Field to play Hillsborough. And the Boise Hawks going up to the Great White North at Nat Bailey Stadium to face off against the Vancouver Canadians. We're going to take another break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is a proud sponsor of the Salem Keizer Volcanoes. This is a team that puts their heart and soul into every game, whether it's at home or Volcano Stadium or a game in someone else's hometown. Before you head out to your next adventure in a new town or destination, stop by your local Les Schwab for a free visual alignment and brake check. It's the perfect double play for a safe driving experience. Or ask about the Les Schwab free pre-trip safety check. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Did you know grass-fed beef is better for you? My wife and I own Oregon Valley Farm and deliver local, organic, grass-fed beef to your door. What if I told you we could deliver grass-fed beef to your door for as low as $5.50 a pound? Check out our beef box packages at OregonValleyFarm.com. Why spend a fortune at the store when Oregon Valley Farm can deliver high-quality, local, grass-fed beef? Just go to OregonValleyFarm.com, pick your beef box, and get it delivered to your door. That's OregonValleyFarm.com for the best local, organic, grass-fed beef you can get delivered right to your door.
Huggins and Bliss Insurance encourage you to shop locally. Everyone needs insurance, and when you work with Huggins and Bliss, you get a best-in-class agent, advisor, and advocate. More importantly, the money you spend stays in our community. Huggins and Bliss are proud to support many area nonprofits who are helping to meet critical needs. One such nonprofit is Liberty House, which provides support to children who have been abused. Their mission of changing hurt into hope impacts the trajectory of young lives in a positive way. If it wasn't for Liberty House, there would be no entity in Salem doing this work. If you want to learn more about Liberty House or even donate to their cause, please visit libertyhousecenter.org. To get a quote from Huggins and Bliss, please call 503-585-2211 or visit Huggins.com and reference Liberty House. In addition to getting a thorough and competitive quote, Huggins will make a $25 contribution to Liberty House.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, and we have a wonderful selection of stone beads, larger stone beads, and a selection of pearl Czechoslovakian glass beads. And these are wonderful additions to your collection and to your jewelry creation. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcanoes Stadium in Keizer. The Volcanoes looking to snap a 6-game losing streak in the first game of a 6-game homestead against the Everett Aqua Sox. Salem Keizer will be playing 3 games against Everett and then 3 games against the Boise Hawks. And now let's go through the lineup very quickly from both teams, starting with the visiting Everett Aqua Sox and the Volcanoes starting pitcher, which will be Travis Perry, the 22-year-old from Morristown, New Jersey, currently with a record of 3-2 and ERA of 3.47. He has allowed 45 hits, 19 earned runs, walked 16, and struck out 36 and 49 in the third innings, but has lost in his last 2 starts. Both of them have been on the road, and the last time he pitched at home was back on July 30th, where he allowed 3 runs on 5 hits and struck out 4 through 6 innings against the Tri-City Dust Devils. That was in the second game of that 4-game series, in which the Volcanoes came back from a 3-0 deficit to win by a score of 5-3. The starting lineup for the Everett Aqua Sox, leading off, it'll be the starting second baseman known as Utah Jones, who has been switching a little bit between the Seattle Mariners farm teams. He's been playing with the Aqua Sox for a fair amount of time, a .241 average. Batting second and playing at third base, he is coming down, I believe, from Modesto. It is the third baseman, Kevin Santa. Batting third will be the shortstop, Patrick Frick. Batting cleanup will be the right fielder, Cade Marlowe. Batting fifth will be the starting first baseman, Robert Perez, the guy who had the walk-off 3-run home run yesterday. Batting sixth will be the designated hitter, Connor Hoover. Batting seventh will be the starting catcher, Carter Binns. Batting eighth will be the left fielder, Luis Joseph. And batting ninth will be the center fielder, Miguel Perez. Now for the home team, the Salem Keizer Volcanoes, and he's starting pitcher for Everett, which will be Damon Cassetta Stubbs, the 20-year-old from nearby Vancouver, Washington. He has pitched against the Volcanoes before, back earlier this season, when the Volcanoes played at Funko Field, and the first ever game at the newly named Funko Field. Casetta Stubbs threw 5 2/3 innings, allowing 5 hits, 1 earned run, walked 1, and struck out 5. He would have had the win if not the Volcanoes came back and won that game in extra innings by a score of 10-9. Here is the lineup for the Volcanoes. Leading off will be the designated hitter in Quan Adkins. The shortstop, Marco Luciano, batting second, making his first home start. Batting third will be the center fielder, Alex Canario. Brandon Martirano, the catcher, is batting cleanup. Batting fifth is the right fielder, Armani Smith. Batting sixth will be the third baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez. Batting seventh will be the left fielder, Harrison Freed. Batting eighth will be the first baseman, Baker Mendoza. And batting ninth will be the starting second baseman, Carter Aldretti, who had 2 doubles yesterday. And like I said, he was the latest member of the Aldretti family in a line of members who have played either with the San Francisco Giants or have played in the Giants organization. His father, Rich Aldretti, played mainly in the minor leagues, played for the Everett Giants, who are now replaced by the Aqua Sox after an affiliation change back in the mid-90s. And he played for the Everett Giants back in 1987. And that his uncle is Mike Aldretti, a longtime major leaguer who played with the San Francisco Giants starting in 1986, played for them for a few years, and then played all the way until 1996 with the Giants, the Montreal Expos, the San Diego Padres, Cleveland Indians, Oakland A's, the California Angels, and the New York Yankees. Also played in the San Francisco Giants minor league system from 1983 until he played in 1986. Here to talk about yesterday's game as well as today, it would be the Volcanoes acting manager, Nestor Rojas, is currently talking with the Everett Aqua Sox acting manager, Lewis Boyd, after the original manager, Jose Moreno, stepped down before the first half of the season even ended for Everett. So the Aqua Sox have started second half play with a new manager in Lewis Boyd. And here to talk about the performance yesterday and upcoming today will be the Volcanoes acting manager, Nestor Rojas. About the Volcanoes offense. To start off a little slow, but the Volcanoes got a couple of runs on the board and got some base runners on here late in the game, but unfortunately they lost by a score of 9-2. What was your take on the Volcanoes offense yesterday?
You know, like I told you yesterday, we've been trying, you know what I mean? We've been competing at the plate. You know, we didn't get the best results right now, but, you know, I feel good. We look really good at the home plate. Like I said, we don't get the good results, but we're competing every day.
Kervin Castro with easily his shortest outing this year, 5 runs, 4 earned through 2 innings, and got his 3rd loss. Relief pitching also was a little rough as well after he got out. Jordan Scott allowing a couple of runs in 2 2/3. Abel Adames with a scoreless outing, and Cooper Casad allowing a run in the 7th inning. What was your take on the Volcanoes pitching last night overall?
Overall, I think we did an okay job. You know, I mean, we make a couple mistakes. You know, Jordan and obviously Castro make a couple mistakes. They leave sometimes the balls up at the zone, and you know they make a page. I mean, they hurt us, and I think considering that our defense kind of hurt us a little bit too with a couple places that we didn't make. But besides that, I think we've been doing a great job.
And the Volcanoes, for the first time in a long while, they were playing against the Everett Aqua Sox. Now, knowing that the Aqua Sox have, had players left the roster and brought some guys on, what are a couple of things that you expect to see from this Everett team entering this series?
You know, I come every day with the goal to win games. You know what I mean? I know there's a baseball, they're a good baseball team as well, but I think our team is better, and we go out there to win games.
And that was the Volcanoes acting manager, Nestor Rojas, talking about the performance that the Volcanoes had yesterday and their mindset entering this 3-game series against the Everett Aqua Sox here at Volcanoes Stadium. Currently, the temperature going around mid-70s at the moment, partly cloudy at 74 degrees, looking to go down to around 67. And going down to about 65 at the final out. The Volcanoes stretching along the first base side, wearing their white jerseys and the white pants, gray sleeves, and the gray cap with the the red cap with the black bill, my mistake. And the Everett Aqua Sox looks like they are wearing the gray jerseys with the gray pants, black socks, wearing a dark blue cap, and they have the dark blue numbers on the back and the dark blue letters that go across the chest that say
Aqua Sox on it, as both teams will get ready to play once again. This is for the first time that they're facing off since late June in the Volcanoes' first road trip of the season. Game 1 ended in what you could argue a very magical way for the Volcanoes. They were trailing by a score of 6-0. They tied it up 6-6 in the top of the 6th inning, but Everett would take a 9-6 lead in the bottom half of that inning, and the Volcanoes, they would force it into extras. They would tie it up at 9 on a 2-run single by Sean Roby. They would score their 10th run in the top of the 10th inning. That was their first lead of the entire game, and they won Game 1 by a final score of 10-9. That was the first game at Funko Field, at the newly named Funko Field. In Game 2, the Volcanoes won 6-2. It was the first game for Jesus Osorio, who was sent down from the Augusta Green Jackets. He threw 5 innings, allowing 3 hits, a run, a walk, and struck out 4 for his first win in a Volcanoes uniform, as they beat the Aqua Sox by a score of 6-2, highlighted by a 3-run home run by Tyler Flores. In the third game, it was the Aqua Sox only win, as they beat the Volcanoes by a score of 8-6. The Aqua Sox scoring all 8 of their runs in the first 4 innings, 3 in the second, 3 in the third, and 2 in the fourth. And the winning pitcher in that game, Kelvin Nunez. The losing pitcher is Alex Dubourg. That was the Aqua Sox first ever win at Funko Field. While in the final game of the 4-game series, it was absolutely historic. First off, the Volcanoes scored 7 runs in the top of the first inning against Everett Aqua Sox rehab starting pitcher Sam Tuivailala, who is now currently a member of the Seattle Mariners. He played for the Aqua Sox and a lot of Mariners farm teams rehabbing from an injury, but the Volcanoes straight up shelled him as they took him out of the game after 2/3 of an inning, allowing 5 runs. The Volcanoes took a 7-0 lead at the end of 1. But in the top of the 4th inning, they were not done. It started off in a solo home run by Jeff Hope. Yorlis Rodriguez then got hit by a pitch, and then the Volcanoes made history. They hit 4 consecutive home runs, a 2-run shot by Sean Roby, a solo shot by right fielder Franklin Labor, a solo shot by Ricardo Genovis, and a solo shot by Tyler Flores. His second home run of that 4-game series. The Volcanoes would win by a final score of 13-3. It was also the first time in team history that the Volcanoes had ever done that. And the Aqua Sox pitcher that was on the mound at the time, Juan Mercedes, now has a Northwest League record for the most home runs allowed in an inning with 5. Sam Tuivailala getting his first loss, and Kervin Castro in his 3rd start getting his first win. He had a very huge cushion during that game. 5 innings, 2 hits, no runs, a walk, and struck out 8. Now the Salem Keizer Volcanoes getting introduced here once again. The defensive alignment for the Volcanoes, it'll be Travis Perry on the mound and Brandon Martirano at the plate. The first 3 hitters for Everett will be the second baseman Utah Jones, the third baseman Kevin Santa, and the shortstop Patrick Frick. We're going to take one more break here before we get this game underway. Game 1 of a 3-game home series, Aqua Sox and Volcanoes. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Sweet Dog Days is the perfect place to send your pooch for a day or a vacation. Lisa and her staff of dog-loving attendants will make sure that your pet is well fed and cared for. Plus, there will be other pets there waiting to play. Go to doggydaycaresalem.com. That's doggydaycaresalem.com. Hundreds of pet owners rave about the care their pets receive at Sweet Dog Days. They can even watch their pet on closed-circuit TV while they're away. No matter how long they stay, make sure it's at Sweet Dog Days.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
At Reed Law Firm, we've earned a reputation for helping those in need, people like you.
Out of nowhere, the accident changed everything. I can't even hold my own child.
We understand your fears in the aftermath of an auto collision. A careless driver nearly killed 2 of our own family members, so we've seen that fear up close. We focus on you and your unique case start to finish, from your vehicle repairs to your medical bills and lost income. so that you can focus on healing and rebuilding your life.
After the accident, I didn't have the money to fight back, but they believed when no one else would.
Reed Law Firm, where your first consultation is absolutely free. Call us and let's talk. Put our experience on your side. Reed Law Firm. ReedLawFirm.com, REED Lawfirm.com, or call us at 971-915-7798.
Hi, I'm Jaden. My husband Chris and I own Synergize Auto here in Dallas, Oregon. We always have a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and power sports, and you'll be working directly with us always. We are a non-pressuring, easy to work with, and family-owned company. We offer financing options, take trade-ins, and do consignments. See our inventory at synergizeauto.com. That's SYNERGIZE auto.com. Find us on Google to see what customers are saying. We're all about service and being a dealership you can trust.
This is Sergeant Mike. You know you need to change your home or office locks ever so often to make sure everything is secure. You've had employees come and go over the years. You may have given your house key to someone that has lost your trust. It's just a smart thing to do, and do it when you think of it. I'm here to remind you that some people want to steal your property. Call Larry's Locksmith and have them fix that situation for you. Find them quickly at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com, serving the entire Mid-Valley.
Welcome to the ballpark. It's time for Salem Keizer Volcanoes Baseball. Presented by Power Kia, Legacy Health, McDonald's, Les Schwab Tires, PT Northwest, Chevron Extra Mile, by Mart, Fitzpatrick Painting, and Green Acres Landscape. Now it's time to play ball with the play-by-play of your Salem Keizer Volcanoes. Here's Payne Paget on 1430 KYKM. Salem is listening.
And good evening, everybody, and a howdy ho from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes looking to snap a 6-game losing streak here in the first game of a 3-game home series against the visiting Everett Aqua Sox from the Northwest League North Division. The starting pitcher for the Volcanoes, Travis Perry, making his 12th appearance and his 7th start this season, and trying to snap a 2-game losing streak. His loss in his last 2 starts is making his first home start since July 30th. First pitch to the starting second baseman, Utah Jones, is a foul ball over the Everett Aqua Sox dugout. Time now 6:36 p.m., a minute behind schedule. And at the temperature right now, 74 degrees, and the 0-1 pitch to Jones is a fastball outside and a ball 1. The defensive alignment for the Volcanoes will be on the mound, Travis Perry. Behind the plate, Brandon Martirano. Step back in the windup, the 1-1 pitch by Perry. That is a ground ball fielded by the shortstop, Marco Luciano. Throws to first. It is in time. And he'll get Utah Jones out at first base for out number 1. And he'll bring up the number 2 hitter, the starting third baseman, Kevin Santa, who is one of the new members of the Aqua Sox roster. He is playing in his 4th game. Currently is 0 for 9 with a run, an RBI, and a strikeout. He has played as high as the Tacoma Rainiers, as down as the Arizona League. First pitch is a strike 1 looking. Got him a little bit of a changeup there at 0-1. Has played with the Arizona League Mariners for 7 games, the Modesto Nuts for 4, and the Tacoma Rainiers for 6. And the 0-1 pitch got him with a little bit of a slider outside. Count is even at a ball and a strike. It'll be Utah Jones, Kevin Santa, and Patrick Frick. The 1-1 pitch is outside on a fastball, 2-1. Oh, and outside to the other hitter's box. In the infield at third base is Yorlis Rodriguez. The shortstop is Marco Luciano. At second base is Carter Aldretti. And at the first base is Baker Mendoza. That is a fastball in the outside corner on a 2-1 pitch. It is a 3-1 count. Now, in the outfield, it'll be Harrison Freed at left, Alex Canario at center, and Armani Smith at right field. Quan Adkins is the designated hitter. As Perry is behind the count against the second batter in the top of the first inning. He has thrown 49 in a third innings, now 49 and 2/3. The 3-1 pitch is another fastball outside and above the strike zone, and a ball 4. It'll be a 1-out walk. Not the second time, the first time that Kevin Santa has been walked in an Aqua Sox uniform. And we now go to the next hitter in the starting shortstop, Patrick Frick. one of the returning Aqua Sox players that played against the Volcanoes back in late June. And Perry, the windup and the first pitch, that is an outside curveball with a little bit of movement. It moved outside. The count starts off at 1-0. Frick played in all 4 games in that 4-game series. Went 2 for 5 in game 1, 0 for 3 in game 2, 1 for 4 in game 3, and then 0 for 4 in game 4. The 1-0 pitch is a strike one looking on a fastball, just goes a little bit outside. Perry getting the sign from the catcher, Martirano. Kevin Santa is at first base. Windup and the 1-1 pitch from Perry that is inside and a ball 2 down and in. With a little bit of a inside slider, 2 balls and a strike. And Frick has gotten a hit in his last 9 games dating back to August 4th. He's gotten more than 1 hit in 7 of those 9 occasions. Throw to first is not in time. So that is definitely a guy that the Volcanoes should be paying attention to a lot. Also considering that he's gotten some success against the Volcanoes back in late June when the Volcanoes played in the first ever series at Funko Field in the first ever game. The 2-1 pitch, that is inside, and a fastball, 3 balls and 1 strike. Another 3-1 count for Travis Perry. The lineup for the Everett Aqua Sox, leading off is Utah Jones. The third baseman, Kevin Santa, is batting second. And the third baseman, Patrick Frick, currently at the plate, is batting third. Cleanup and playing right field is Cade Marlowe. The 3-1, that is inside. That is another 5-pitch walk. And Travis Perry has walked the last 2 batters, puts runners on first and second base. A timeout by Brandon Martirano, who walks up to the mound to talk to Travis Perry. And the rest of the lineup for Everett, Cade Marlowe, who is the cleanup hitter and the starting right fielder, walking up to home plate. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Robert Perez, who hit that 3-run walk-off home run in the bottom of the 11th inning. Batting sixth is the designated hitter, Connor Hoover. Batting seventh is the catcher, Carter Binns. Batting eighth, the left fielder, Luis Joseph. And batting ninth is the center fielder, Miguel Perez. Travis Perry trying to get out of the top of the first after he walked his last 2 batters, after he made Utah Jones ground out to the shortstop, Marco Luciano. Perry getting the sign from Brandon behind the plate. He is now in the stretch. Wind up and the first pitch. That is a strike one looking on an outside corner on a breaking ball at 0-1. The umpires for today's game, Kyle Stutz at behind home plate. Andrew Clark is at first base, or is the infield umpire. Perry, the 0-1 pitch, wind up and the throw. It is in the dirt. That is a slider. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. Marlowe, another player who played for the Aqua Sox when the Volcanoes went to Everett. He did not play in all 4 games, though. But he still made his presence known. As he played in game 2 of that series. The 1-1 pitch, a backdoor fastball for a strike 2. That one looks like it went around belt height and outside of the strike zone, a ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch by Marlowe. This one a fly ball in the short center field. Running for it is Canario, and it'll be a catch by Luciano, who makes an amazing over-the-shoulder catch in short center. It looked like Canario had a shot at it, but Luciano will come running from his shortstop position and will make the catch for out number 2. And the runners will stay on base. As we now go to the starting first baseman, Robert Perez, who hit the walk-off 3-run home run in the bottom of the 11th inning yesterday. First pitch by Perry is a ball 1. On a curveball in the outside corner. And a 1-0 count. And the 1-0 pitch is another curveball. This one going a little inside. And as a 2-0 count. Runners on first and second base as a nice play by the shortstop Luciano, who is playing in his first home game in a Volcanoes uniform after 6 games on the road. 2 balls and no strikes. Perry the pitch, swing and a miss on a fastball in the inside corner at the letters. And Perez swung at it, and the count is at 2 balls and a strike. Perez had his 5th home run of the season yesterday and has now brought his RBI total up to 29 after that home run. Kevin Santa at second base. Patrick Frick is at first. 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Perry in the stretch. Multiple runners on base. Perry, the 2-1 pitch is a fastball inside. It is another 3-1 count. As Travis Perry looking to get out of the first inning unscathed. As one of the things that the Volcanoes have been prone to is runs in the early innings of the game. The 3-1 pitch, a slow roller, fielded by the third baseman Rodriguez, throws to second for the force, and he gets the runner Patrick Frick out at second base for the third and final out. Highlighted by a nice play by Marco Luciano. The top of the first will be over. No runs on no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. It is Everett nothing Volcanoes coming up. Damon Casetta Stubbs, the 20-year-old from Vancouver, Washington, on the mound. He'll face off against Adkins, Luciano, and Canario. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Things are really heating up at B&G Bingo. Sunday, August 25th, it's B&G Bingo Super Sizzler, evening session only. Bonanzas and double actions pay $350 plus progressives. $10 buy-in gets you 2 packs, and each pack includes 10 games paying $150, 2 games paying $700, and 2 games paying $1,000. Things don't get any hotter at B&G Bingo during their Super Sizzler, Sunday, August 25th, evening session only. B&G Bingo on Lancaster Drive at Highway 22 next to Winco. All proceeds go to support your Salem, Marion, and Polk County's Boys and Girls Clubs.
Willis Dental has moved into their new state-of-the-art facility in Salem. Their new office is located at 631 Jason Street, just off Center Street. The changes are not just in location, but in the new equipment and the latest technology. This allows the professional staff to provide additional new services for you and for your family. Dr. Willis and his staff look forward to seeing you at their new location at 631 Jason Street in Salem. For more information, go to willisdental.net. That's willisdental.net.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire. Woo! Woo! Oh, it's an alien invasion. Pew pew. I guess I'll just eat this egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one? Or...
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the first inning. The Everett Aqua Sox leave a couple of runners on base. It'll give room for the Volcanoes, see if they can strike first. And the first pitch from Everett starting pitcher Damon Casetta Stubbs is a slider low and outside for a ball 1 to the designated hitter Quan Adkins. The 1-0 pitch, that's a shock away into the gap in right center. Cade Marlowe, the right fielder, is under it and will make the catch for out number 1. After 2 pitches, we have the first out. Here's the starting shortstop, Marco Luciano. A batting average of 118, 2 hits, and 17 at-bats. And he is making his first home start with the Volcanoes, one of the highest-rated minor league players in the Giants farm system. Casetta Stubbs making his 12th start of the season, 3-1 with an ERA of 3.86. First pitch is a changeup at ball 1. On the mound, Damon Casetta Stubbs. Behind the plate is Carter Binns. And the 1-0 pitch is a curveball that goes a little outside, a little under the knees. 2 balls and no strikes. Damon, the step back in the windup. That is a high chopper. Fielded by the third baseman, Kevin Santa. Throws to first. It is in time to the first baseman, Robert Perez. And it'll get him for out number 2. And we now go to the starting center fielder, Alex Canario. Already 5 pitches in, and the Volcanoes have the first 2
First two batters have gotten out. Here's the center fielder, Canario. And on the infield at third base is Kevin Santa. The shortstop is Patrick Frick. On the second baseman is Utah Jones. First base is Robert Perez. And on the outfield at left is Luis Joseph. And the center fielder is Miguel Perez. First pitch to Canario is a fastball inside, a little above the knees at ball one. And the right fielder is Cade Marlowe. Connor Hoover is the designated hitter. Lineup and the 1-0. That is a very nice pitch by Cassetta Stubbs, but it'll be called a ball two. This one, a little bit of a breaking ball in the outside corner. 2 balls and no strikes. Wind up in the pitch by Cassetta Stubbs. That is a strike one looking. A fastball right down the middle. Canario hitless in his last time up yesterday. It went 0 for 4. This is the first time he's faced off against Everett this year. 2-1. That is a high chopper past the first base line. And an opposite field foul ball, a curveball thrown by Cassetta Stubbs. That was high and inside, but Canario took a chance at it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the step back of the windup, 2-2 by Cassetta Stubbs. That's another curveball high and inside, and another foul chopper. This one towards the third base side. The lineup for the Volcanoes, you had Adkins, Luciano, and Canario. Brandon Martirano is the on-deck hitter and batting cleanup. 2-2. That is inside. Oh, that is right to the helmet of Canario if he didn't duck for that. That is a fastball, full count, 3-2. Batting fifth is the right fielder Armani Smith. The third baseman Yorlis Rodriguez is batting sixth. The payoff pitch, that is a swing and a miss, and a fastball down and in. And David Cassetta Stubbs has thrown a 1-2-3 inning. And we have ourselves a scoreless first. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. It is Travis Perry against the 6, 7, and 8 hitters Connor Hoover, Carter Binns, and Luis Joseph. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If we could convey one thing about Day Heating Company, we'd like you to know that we will do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to guarantee your satisfaction.
Whatever it takes to ensure your comfort.
Whatever it takes to earn your trust.
With locations in Salem and Corvallis, let us do whatever it takes to meet your heating and cooling needs.
And right now, it is a great time to receive rebates and tax credits.
Call us today, 363-4822. Day Heating. There is a difference.
August is here and you look around your yard, you have just 1 or 2 more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
People all over the Mid-Willamette Valley are joining together in their fight against cancer, no matter where they are in their cancer journey. Cancer survivors, family members, and the community are invited to the Salem Keizer Volcanoes game on Wednesday night, August 21st, to help the Salem Health Cancer Institute in its fight against cancer. The first 500 attendees will receive a special limited edition baseball cap to help raise cancer awareness. Join us at Volcano Stadium on Wednesday, August 21st. Get more details online at volcanosbaseball.com.
Bet, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the second inning. A scoreless first from both teams is so far the story here in Keizer, Oregon. The starting pitcher Travis Perry back on the mound after leaving a couple of runners on base. In the top of the first, he looks to try and find some control here early, as they'll face off against the number 6 hitter, the designated hitter, Connor Hoover. For the Aqua Sox, Perry and the sign from Martirano wind up, and the first pitch is a swing and a miss and a fastball up at the letters. But Hoover will swing at it, and a strike one. And it'll be the designated hitter, Hoover. Designated hitter, Hoover. The catcher, Carter Binns, and the left fielder, Luis Joseph. Perry, the count is at 0-1. The step back in the windup, the 0-1 count. That is a line shot. That one going foul past the first base line, and the count is at 0-2. It was a well-hit ball by Hoover, but it will not amount to anything, as the count will go to no balls and 2 strikes. And Connor Hoover has played basically with every team in the Seattle Mariners farm system. 6 games in West Virginia, 4 games in Modesto, 3 games in Arkansas, and 23 down in Arizona. The 0-2 pitch is a fly ball. This one going into left field. Harrison Freed, he is under it, trying to fight the sun a little bit while trying to find the ball, and he'll make the catch without number 1 in the second inning. And we now go to the starting catcher, Carter Binns, who has been one of the hottest hitters in the Aqua Sox lineup after he had a stretch of a couple of games where he got a couple of long balls. He has had 9 RBIs in his last 4 games, and he has 21 total on the year. In a stretch that started 1 week ago today on August 10th. Perry, the first pitch, that is inside and a ball 1. That one about a fastball under the knees inside. Started back on August 10th. Carter Binns, he went 2 for 3 with a couple of runs and a home run, 4 RBIs as well. And the 1-0 pitch is a curveball that goes outside. It's the dirt, 2-0. And then a couple of days later, during the Aqua Sox 4-game sweep against the Hillsboro Hops, he went 2 for 3 for a game with a run and a home run. A 2-0 pitch is a fastball that Ben swings at, hits the ground, and it looks like it hits Carter a little bit, and the count will go to 2-1. But since then, he's had a 2-run single in his last start a couple of days ago against Tri-City, and before that he went 0 for 4. So he has been off and on, mainly on in the last 7 days. The 2-1 pitch has a broken bat fly ball, a blooper that will be caught by the shortstop Luciano right next to the second baseman Carter Aldretti. As it looked like Aldretti had a shot at it, but Luciano came running from his position in his shortstop position to run to where Aldretti was to make the play in short right field. That will go for out number 2. I think the barrel of the bat just straight up broke off of the bat from that. That's what it sounded like. There weren't like a bunch of pieces flying around in the field. It was just a giant barrel of the bat with no handle that flew towards the Aqua Sox dugout. Here is the left fielder, Luis Joseph. First pitch is a ball 1 on a fastball in the inside corner. Carter Binns, Luis Joseph, and Miguel Perez, the 3 Aqua Sox players who have a batting average under 200. And the 1-0 pitch is a slow ground ball fielded by the first baseman, Baker Mendoza. It was tight roping along the first base line. It'll fall fair. Mendoza will pick it up, and that is the end of the top of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Travis Perry looking pretty solid so far. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, it'll be Martirano, Smith, and Rodriguez. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is proud to help celebrate America's favorite pastime and sponsor the always enthusiastic and teamwork-driven Salem Keizer Volcanoes. Like the crews at Les Schwab, the Volcanoes know how important it is to work together and make the right play at home or on the road. Les Schwab is here to help you make the right play when it comes to keeping you and your family safe on the road. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
I'm here with Rich Kansky, owner of Green Acres Landscape. Rich, after 20 years, you've rebranded Green Acres. Can you give us some insight as to why the change?
Well, as we've evolved as a company over the last 20 years, we started with 2 employees, and now we have up to 50 employees that offer residential, commercial, municipal, and industrial landscape. We felt the need to better represent who we are as a company and share our business culture with our community.
See the new look of Green Acres Landscape on their website at greenacreslandscapeinc.com. Green Acres Landscape, leaving no footprint.
Extra Mile presents the exploits of Extra Man. What's up? In today's episode, Extra Man discovers a tear in the space-time continuum.
It's okay. Some duct tape will fix that right up.
But now, Extra Man finds himself trapped somewhere in the hunger vortex between breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, and dinner.
My hunger knows no bounds.
So how will Extra Man deal with this perpetual state of hunger?
Quick and easy. Run by Extra Mile convenience store at Chevron, grab some jerky, hot dog, taquitos, maybe a salad or fresh fruit, because it's always time for
Extra Mile. Extras every day at select Chevron locations.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the second inning. Still scoreless here in Volcano Stadium. Damon Casetta Stubbs back on the mound. He'll face off against the middle of the order, starting with the catcher, Brandon Martirano, who is playing in his first game behind the plate in a while since the first game of that 3-game series at PK Park, where he went over 2 with a couple of walks. And currently has a batting average of .250 with 3 home runs and 11 RBIs. He's been doing pretty solid since he got set up to play with the Volcanoes. That was after he got drafted in the 2019 draft by the Giants out of the University of North Carolina. Concetta Stubbs, the windup and the first pitch is a shot. That was a curveball. That one going in the right field. And the right fielder, Cade Marlowe, can't get it. That ball is fair right near the line. Martirano is looking for 3, but he'll stay at 2. And Brandon Martirano on a first pitch curveball hits one right near the line in right field. And Brandon's got himself his second double as a Volcano. That extra base hit brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. And the Volcanoes got the first hit of the game from either team as we go to Armani Smith. And we are also going to provide updates from another game that is going on at the moment. That is a game going on in the Little League World Series with the Sprague Little Leaguers playing against the Southwest team from Louisiana. First pitch is inside and a ball 1 and a fastball. Looked like it hit Smith and around his left forearm, but it will not get him. Or his left arm. But it won't get him. Count will start off at 1-0. Martirano at second. The 1-0 pitch. That is inside and a ball 2. That one, a little bit of a breaking ball right there inside. Carter Binns dropping that baseball. As right now the game between the Little League team from Louisiana and the Sprague Little Leaguers. The score right now 3-2. This one a chopper fielded by the shortstop Patrick Frick. Throws to first. It is in time. And Armani Smith is out for out number 1 and a ground out to the shortstop Patrick Frick. Here is the third baseman Yorlis Rodriguez, who has a chance to knock in his 14th run this season. So right now the score at the moment, the Southwest team from Louisiana leading the Sprague Little Leaguers by a score of 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th in an elimination game. The Sprague Little Leaguers lost yesterday to the team from New Jersey by a score of 6-2. First pitch is a foul chopper from Concetta Stubbs to Yorlis Rodriguez on a changeup. And the count will start off at 0-1. Rodriguez, he went 1 for 3 with a single in the 3rd inning, but tried stretching it to a double and he couldn't do it. And got an actual double in the first game of the 3-game series against the Emeralds and got a run out of it. This one a curveball. This one hit down the left field line. That is a foul ball, barely. As first Martirano takes advantage of the Concetta Stubbs curveball, and now Rodriguez does, but Rodriguez wouldn't get that much luck this time. That one falling in foul territory. The left fielder, Luis Joseph, nowhere near that ball, but it'll fall in foul territory. The count is at 0-2. Right now, the Sprague Little Leaguers have a runner on first base. That'll be the game-tying run, and that is in Cameron Van Kempen. This one a chopper, fielded by the third baseman, Kevin Santa. Throws to first. It is in time. Keeps Martirano at second, as Rodriguez will be out at first. And it'll bring up the left fielder, Harrison Freed. The Volcanoes with a chance to get some runs on the board, as Harrison looks to knock in his 13th run of the season. Cameron Van Kempen for the Sprague Little Leaguers is on first base, and we have just gotten word now that the game had just ended on a double play, and that the Sprague Little Leaguers have just been eliminated from the Little League World Series after losing their first 2 games. Concetta Stubbs the first pitch to the left fielder Harrison Freed outside in a ball 1. That one a curveball outside, a ball and no strikes. Martirano is at second base. He got on base on his second double. The 1-0 pitch, that's a swing and a miss and a strike 1 on a fastball down and a little bit in. Damon Cassetta Stubbs, he was pretty solid in his last outing against the Volcanoes, and the 1-1 pitch that will hit Freed. It looks like on the shoulder just a tad. That one on a changeup. It hits him on the left shoulder, and the Volcanoes will have runners on first and second for the first baseman, Baker Mendoza, who a couple of days ago scored 2 of the 3 Volcanoes runs and even had his first home run as a Volcano a couple of days ago. Updates from around the Northwest League. Eugene and Spokane currently 0-0. Tri-City, Hillsboro, and Boise and Vancouver just starting up. It'll be a little bit before we get updates from them. Cassetta Stubbs in the first pitch to Mendoza is inside for a ball 1. He was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts yesterday and was 1 for 3 with a hit by pitch, a solo home run, and a couple of runs. The 1-0 pitch, that's a shot. That one going into left field. Martirano is getting the wave around the third base as Joseph bobbles the baseball. Mendoza's going to second, and it'll be an RBI single and an error for Baker Mendoza, and the Volcanoes will start off with a 1-0 lead. Mendoza with a very well-hit ball into left field. I believe they're going to just call that a double. From what it looks like here, it was a single and an error because the left fielder, Luis Joseph, bobbled the ball. As we now go to the second baseman, Carter Aldretti, we have no word on whether that's a double. Harrison Freed will go to third. The Volcanoes start off with a 1-0 lead in the first game of this 4-game series, as Carter Aldretti, the second baseman, hit a couple of doubles yesterday. He's looking to get some more here today. First pitch is a strike 1, looking on a curveball with a little bit of movement, and the count will start off at 0-1. That was his second and third doubles of the night. Also got a run out of it, his 6th run of the year. And they are going to call that indeed a single and an error. The 1-1 count is a curveball outside and a ball and a strike. So it's not an extra base hit. It is a single by Mendoza. The RBI will count, and an error will move him to second. So that was the 9th RBI of the season for Baker, as the Volcanoes will have runners on second and third base with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Cassetta Stubbs, the windup and the 1-1. That is inside, and a fastball above the strike zone. And the count is at 2 balls and a strike, right about head height. 2 balls and a strike. The Volcanoes had their first 2 hits, and Everett committing an error by the left fielder, Luis Joseph. 2 balls and a strike. This is the pitch. That is a slow chopper fielded by the third baseman in Santa. Throws to first. It is in time, and it'll get Aldretti out for out number 3 to end the second. But 2 runs, not 2, 1 run's going to score. They left 2 runners on. They had 2 hits and an error. And Salem Keizer starts off with a 1-0 lead going into the top of the third. Travis Perry against Miguel Perez, Utah Jones, and Kevin Santa. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Lube Plus in downtown Salem.
When it comes to plumbing issues, you need someone you can trust. Done Right Plumbing is family-owned and operated with years of experience serving residential customers in the Mid-Valley. They take great pride in getting the job done right the first time. Done Right will respect you, your home, and the environment. The staff is proud to live and work in the Mid-Valley and support our local events. Call them at 503-364-2668. When you need plumbing, get her done right at Done Right Plumbing. That's Done, R-I-T-E, Plumbing.
Are you thinking of adding a deck or fence to your home or office? Put John on your team. He's the owner and manager of John's Decks and Fences and will personally oversee your new deck or fence. He will provide you with different options of design, materials, and colors. He can also show you examples of the projects he's completed locally for happy customers. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so that means big savings for you on the deck or fence that you desire. Call John at 855-946-5393, CCB number 219310.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the third inning. The Volcanoes take a 1-0 lead over the Everett Aqua Sox after an RBI single by Baker Mendoza in the bottom of the second inning. It was a single and an error by the left fielder Luis Joseph that drove in the first run. We now go to the top of the third inning. Travis Perry against the 9-1-2 hitters, the center fielder Miguel Perez, the second baseman Utah Jones, and the third baseman Kevin Santa. Perez up for the first time tonight, and Perry, the first pitch, is a nasty curveball, 72 miles an hour for a strike one looking. Perry been dealing so far in the first two innings of this game, and it'll look to continue here in the top of the third. Wind up and the 0-1 by Perry. That is another curveball, and that is another strike. 73 miles an hour, 0-2. And Perry, the step back and the windup already, gets him with another curveball. This one a ground ball past the third base line. That is foul. Barely gets foul. As it gets past the third base bag towards the Aqua Sox bullpen, the count will stay at 0-2. Perry, he was trying his luck for a third curveball, and Perez was waiting for that one. Perez, one of three Aqua Sox hitters that has a batting average under 200 out of the qualified hitters. I'm not counting Kevin Santa here, who is still 0 for 9. Carter Binns with a batting average of 192. That has definitely gone down. An 0-2 pitch, a fly ball to left field. That one on another curveball. Perry trying that again, and this time we'll get Perez out for out number one in the first inning. Perry with the fourth curveball, and this one helping himself out, going towards the Volcanoes side there. Now we go to the top of the order with the second baseman Utah Jones, who grounded out to the shortstop Marco Luciano for the first out of the game. First pitch, that's a fly ball foul past the first base side. That one a little fastball there. As Perry's been dealing so far with now 2 1/3 scoreless innings. Entered today with a ERA of 3.47. He has lost his last two starts, and the 0-1 pitch, that's a fastball, and that will be another foul ball past the first base side, 0-2. And Travis Perry has another 0-2 count on an Everett hitter. This time with one out here in the top of the third inning. Travis Perry, the step back at the windup, the 0-2 pitch. That is a ball one on a curveball that just goes a little short. Utah Jones once again on a 1-1 count in the top of the first inning. Grounded out to the shortstop Marco Luciano. And the 1-2 pitch is a fastball, goes up and out. And the count is even at 2-2. So far, has retired 4 straight batters after allowing the fielder's choice to Robert Perez in the first. And the 2-2 pitch, another fastball and another foul. Hits the top half of the netting. And the top part of the netting, and not in front of, but right near the Aqua Sox on deck hitter Kevin Santa. And the 2-2 pitch, that is a strike three called and a fastball low on the bottom portion of the strike zone. That is Travis Perry's first strikeout of the night. And gets him for out number 2 in the third. Here is the third baseman, Kevin Santa, who has walked on 5 pitches in his only time up in the top of the first inning. With 2 outs in the top of the third inning, Mendoza getting the only run in. The windup on the first pitch, that one, a little bit of a breaking ball there on the first pitch, 0-1. Or my mistake, a changeup, 84 miles an hour, count at no balls and a strike. And the 0-1 pitch tries a Change up once again. That one goes a little outside at 1-1. The pitch from Perry, that is a ground ball. That one getting past the glove of the second baseman Aldretti, and the Aqua Sox have the first hit of the game for them. A 2-out single by the third baseman Kevin Santa. That is his first hit in an Everett Aqua Sox uniform. Since he started playing for Everett. And we now go to the shortstop, Patrick Frick, who has also walked on 5 pitches and got out in a fielder's choice. That is Santa's first hit in his 4th game in an Aqua Sox uniform. Perry getting the sign from Martirano, runner at first base. The windup and the first pitch is outside on a breaking ball and a ball 1. Run a changeup at ball 1. So the Aqua Sox getting their first hit. Game-tying run is on first base. Travis Perry getting the sign. There are 3 infielders in the shift in front of left field, and the 1-0 pitch is a fastball inside at 2-0. Baker Mendoza covering the first base bag. There are 3 infielders in. Rodriguez, Luciano, and Aldretti from left to right covering short left field. Throw to first is not in time. Kevin Santa has had 1 stolen base down in the Arizona League and 2 with Modesto. And has stolen 23 bases since he started playing in the Mariners organization a couple of years ago. The 2-0 pitch, that is a strike 1 looking on a fastball that goes onto the outside corner. And the count now at 2 balls and a strike. Patrick Frick, once again, he was walked on 5 pitches and got out in the fielder's choice in the first inning. 2-1 the pitch. That is a fly ball foul as Kevin Santa was looking for his first stolen base. And the count is at 2-2. The Aqua Sox with now a hit and an error. The Volcanoes a run on 2 hits and no errors, as the next 3 hitters for Salem Keizer in the bottom of the 3rd will be the top 3 hitters in Adkins, Luciano, and Canario. Perry getting the sign from the catcher, Martirano. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Throw to first, not in time. Kevin Santa now 1 for 10 with a run, an RBI, a walk, and a strikeout. He's playing in his 4th game with the Aqua Sox this season. He has not played with the Aqua Sox before this year. 2 balls and 2 strikes to pitch. That is a curveball. That's a fly ball going to the right center field. Armani Smith is under it and will make the catch, and that is the 3rd out in the top of the 3rd. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. The Aqua Sox get their first hit, but it will not amount to much as we go into the bottom of the 3rd inning. The top 3 hitters up for the Volcanoes. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
When your vehicle is getting hard to crank, it's time to change batteries. The next time, you may be stuck at a bad location. See the pros at Batteries Northwest now and have the battery check. They have hundreds of different batteries available. Whatever you drive, there's a good chance that Batteries Northwest has the right one for you. A low-performing battery will do damage to other parts of your vehicle as well. BatteriesNorthwest.com. That's BatteriesNorthwest.com. Call 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you.
Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here in the bottom of the third inning. The Volcanoes currently with a 1-0 lead after an RBI single by Baker Mendoza. Scored Brandon Martirano after a leadoff double by him. Damon Casetta Stubbs still on the mound, looking to throw his third inning of the night. It'll now face off against the leadoff hitter Quan Adkins, who flew out to the right fielder Cade Marlowe for the first out. Wind up and the first pitch by Stubbs is a bunt. That one going right near home plate down the third base slide. Bins to throw to first. Does he get him? No, he doesn't. The ball's bobbled by Robert Perez, the first baseman, and Quan Adkins has an infield single. It was a nice bunt. Now they're going to say that it's an error by the catcher Carter Bins, but that was a very, very amazing effort by Adkins to get to first base. It did look like from here that he was out by half a step, but Robert Perez bobbled the ball, and so it'll be an error for Everett. Second error of the night. And the throw to first from Casetta Stubbs to try and get Adkins is not in time. As we now go to the shortstop, Marco Luciano, who grounded out to Kevin Santa for the second out in the first. Wind up in the first pitch. That is a chopper. That one getting past Casetta Stubbs, goes to Jones to Frick to Perez. That is a 4-6-3 double play. That one just getting past the glove of the pitcher, Damon Casetta Stubbs. We have the first two outs here in the bottom of the third. Here's the center fielder, Alex Canario, who struck out swinging on a full count and is right now the only strikeout victim towards Casetta Stubbs tonight. And Stubbs got the sign from the catcher, Carter Bins. The windup, and the first pitch is a curveball outside and a ball one. The Volcanoes also celebrating Edgar Martinez Hall of Fame bobblehead night here. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball down and out in the dirt into the left-handed hitter's box. And the same pitch as the last time with a 2-0 count now. As the Volcanoes celebrating Edgar Martinez bobblehead night with their own Hall of Fame bobblehead night. The 1-0 pitch, a slow roller. This one fielded by the shortstop, Patrick Frick. Spinning move, throws to first, gets him in time, and that will end the third inning. The shortstop, Patrick Frick, making a spinning move and a spinning throw behind the second base bag that ends the third. No runs, no hits, an error, and nobody left on. Still 1-0 Volcanoes at the end of 3. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
Johnson Funeral Home in Salem salutes our veterans and thanks them for their years of service for our country. Local owners of Johnson Funeral Home, Miles and Aaron, understand the importance of being responsible service providers. They work with families at a difficult time and make sure that all the details and considerations are properly handled. Keep locally owned Johnson Funeral Home in mind for funerals, cremations, pre-planning, or celebrations of life. For more details, go to johnsonscelebrations.com. johnsonscelebrations.com.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
Your home of the Salem Keizer Volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the fourth inning. The score staying 1-0 Volcanoes over the Everett Aqua Sox. Travis Perry looking pretty good for the first 3 innings of this game until face off against the middle of the order, starting with the right fielder Cade Marlowe. It was against him where Marco Luciano made a nice play in short center field, and over the shoulder catch, reminiscent of another future or another player who ended up playing for the San Francisco Giants, Willie Mays. And a nice play by Luciano for out number 2 in the first inning, as Marlowe will look to get his first hit of the night in a 1-0 game. And Perry, the windup in the first pitch, fly ball, that's foul past the third base side. The third baseman Rodriguez trying to get there, can't get it. As that one will go into the seats on an 0-1 count. It'll be Cade Marlowe, the first baseman Robert Perez, and the designated hitter Connor Hoover. Perry, the count at 0-1, step back in the windup. The 0-1 pitch, that is a bunt attempt, but it'll roll in foul territory towards the Salem Keizer Volcanoes on deck circle. The count is now at 0-2. Travis Perry throwing 52 pitches through 3 innings. Possibly pitch the full 5. And the 0-2 pitch, a fly ball. That one going foul. Past the third base side again. Count at 0 balls, 2 strikes. Other scores from around the Northwest League. Still scoreless in the top of the third between Eugene and Spokane. And the 0-2 pitch, that is a chopper. Fielded by the first baseman Mendoza. Backhands it. Toss it to Perry. Will he get him? And he will get him. And a close play at first base. Travis Perry touching the first base bag with little time to spare. A 3-1 for out number 1. In the top of the 4th inning, here's the first baseman Robert Perez. And Perry getting the sign from Marchurano for the first pitch. That is a swing and a miss and a curveball, 71. We've seen this in the last couple of starts from Travis. He's been using that curveball to take advantage of hitters and throws it in the outside corner, and he does it again. The 0-2 count with another curveball. He did it against Miguel Perez in the previous inning. And we have another 0-2 count for Travis Perry against the first baseman Robert Perez, who went into a fielder's choice to end the top of the first. The windup and the 0-2, that is upstairs, and a fastball. And a ball 1, count 1-2. As a fastball goes above the strike zone, windup and the 1-2 pitch. That is a curveball. That is hit into short center field. Canario will not get to it. It will fall right in front of him. And Travis Perry using that curveball as an inside curveball for the Aqua Sox second hit. A 1-out single from Perez. It brings up the designated hitter Connor Hoover, who flew out to Harrison Freed, the left fielder. It is only time up entering tonight. The Volcanoes celebrating today Edgar Martinez bobblehead night. This year was the year that fans in the Northwest have been waiting for. Edgar Martinez getting inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. 18-year Hall of Fame career. First pitch from Perry. That is a line shot. That one is going to be hooking foul past the third base line. The count will start off at 0-1 on a first pitch fastball to the left-handed hitter Hoover. An 18-year Hall of Fame career from 1987 to 2004. Won the Silver Slugger 5 times. Won the batting title twice. He won the Roberto Clemente Award in his final season in 2004. And the windup of the 0-1 pitch, another fly ball past the left field line. That is going to fall foul. And the count will be at 0-2 again. Another 0-2 count for Travis Perry against Connor Hoover, as it was on an 0-2 count where he flew out to the left fielder in Harrison Freed. He won the Roberto Clemente Award in 2004, had a award named after him, the best designated hitter, and also has a number of stats that he has accumulated through his time with the Mariners. An 0-2 pitch, another fly ball on a fastball past the left field line. The count staying at 0-2. 3 straight fastballs from Travis Perry with 1 out in the top of the 4th. He is currently with 2,000 247 hits, currently 172nd all-time. Currently 134th in home runs with 309. The 0-2 pitch, that is outside. Trying to trick Hoover there with a slider, a ball and 2 strikes. 131st all-time in RBIs with 1,261. He was 21st in the league in on-base percentage with a .418 on-base percentage. Perry ahead of the count, wind up in the 1-2 pitch. That is a foul chopper that goes into the Volcanoes dugout. Count will stay at a ball and 2 strikes. It was 33rd all-time in career OPS with a 933. 47th all-time in OPS plus with 147. Has once again played with the Mariners for 18 seasons. A ball and 2 strikes. Perry the pitch. That is a ball 2 and a nice fastball that just gets outside. Definitely above the knees. There's a fastball just outside of the strike zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Perry has only struck out 1 batter entering this at-bat. That is Utah Jones. The 2-2 pitch, that is outside and a curveball, full count. And the first full count of the night for Travis. The Volcanoes with a second-half record of 9-13. The Everett Aqua Sox with a second-half record, a .500 record of 11-11. So the Volcanoes, they have 21 wins at home. The payoff pitch, that is a line shot, foul past the first base side. The shift right now for the Volcanoes, you have Baker Mendoza at first base because there's a runner at first. You have Aldretti at second base, right in the hole, into right. You have Luciano right at the second base bag. The Volcanoes are at double play position. 1 out in the top of the 4th, 1-0 Volcanoes. The wind-up and the payoff pitch, that is a ball 4, and Everett will have runners on first and second base. A lengthy at-bat that lasts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pitches. And the Aqua Sox will have the game-time run in scoring position for the catcher, Carter Binns, who popped out to the shortstop, Luciano, for out number 2 in the top of the 2nd. And Travis Perry still looking pretty solid here in the 3 1/3 innings that he has on the mound. Martirano walking up to the mound, calls timeout. This is the first game of a 6-game homestead. The Volcanoes playing 3 games against Everett, and then 3 games, the final regular season series against the Boise Hawks after they had a pretty memorable one, a 6-game home-and-home series, 3 here and 3 at Memorial Stadium. And the Volcanoes won all 6 games. They would proceed to win their last 7 games en route to the first half title. First pitch to the catcher, Carter Binns, is a curveball that just gets a little outside at 0-1. And it'll be called a strike. Mendoza stationed away from the first base bag. You have Rodriguez right near the line at third base. Luciano in the hole in left. And Aldretti right near the second base bag, the 0-1. That's a line shot back to left field. Harrison Freed, he is under it right near the line. He's going to make the catch right near the line. It'll keep the runners on base. A huge out for the Volcanoes, and it'll bring up the left fielder, Luis Joseph. Currently, as far as I can tell, at this point, this game is the only game that has a run that is scored. Every other game is scoreless at this moment. Going into the top of the 4th, 2 outs. The left fielder, Luis Joseph, is at the plate, and he grounded out to the first baseman, Baker Mendoza, on a ball that tight-roped in the first base line. First pitch is a ball 1 on a fastball down and in. And the Everett Aqua Sox, they currently have 3 hitters in the lineup that have a batting average under 200. Those are the bottom 3 hitters: Carter Binns, Luis Joseph, and Miguel Perez. The windup and the 1-0 pitch from Travis Perry. That is a curveball for a strike 1 looking. Goes just a little bit outside. Perry taking advantage of that nasty curveball.
all game, especially in the past couple of innings. Perry getting the sign from Martirano. Runners on first and second for Everett. The 1-1 pitch. That's a fly ball. That one's playable. That one going in the short left field. Luciano is under it. He is at the line, and he's going to make the catch, and that will end the top of the fourth inning. Everett leaves 2 more runners on. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on. And the game will stay Volcanoes 1, Everett nothing going into the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be Martirano, Smith, and Rodriguez in the middle of the order. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
PT Northwest's Pediatrics and Adolescents Clinic is the only outpatient orthopedic clinic in the Mid-Willamette Valley, whose sole focus is the physical rehabilitation needs of pediatric and adolescent patients. We offer physical, occupational, speech, and pelvic therapy services in an age-appropriate environment. Visit us online at ptnorthwest.com. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem. The premier sports rehab provider in the Willamette Valley.
Baseball is one of the greatest American summertime activities ever, and Les Schwab is proud to be a part of it as a sponsor of the Salem Keizer Volcanoes. Your Volcanoes lineup is all about teamwork, and so is the team at your local Les Schwab. As you plan your next Volcanoes or vacation road trip, stop by your local Les Schwab first. They'll perform a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts to keep you and your family safe on the road. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire. Woo! Woo! Oh, it's an alien invasion. Pew pew! I guess I'll just eat this egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one, or?
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back in the bottom of the fourth inning, the middle of the order underway for Salem Keizer, trying to increase this 1-0 lead after Travis Perry got out of another jam with multiple runners on base here against the Everett Aqua Sox. Here is Brandon Martirano, the starting catcher. At the plate, hit a leadoff double his first time up, and the first pitch to Martirano from Damon Cassetta Stubbs is a fastball outside and a ball 1. That one just getting outside of the strike zone, and the ball gets out of the glove of the catcher Carter Binns. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball that goes in the dirt, low and out, ball 2. It is a 36 pitches through 3 innings for Damon Cassetta Stubbs. 2-1. That is a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. And a 2-ball, 1-strike count on an inside fastball that Brandon swings at. And the count is at a ball and a strike. The pitch, that is a 2-1 count, a swing and a miss, strike 2. This one on a changeup that goes a little above the strike zone and inside. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Damon, the 2-2 pitch. That was a line drive ball. That is getting into the hole in center field. And Brandon Martirano with a leadoff single in the fourth inning. That one a slow one that just gets past the second baseman Utah Jones. Patrick Frick was a little late to the party there. Is that one going in the short center? Martirano 2 for 2 with a double and a single. Here is the right fielder Armani Smith. As Armani will look to try and contribute with Brandon on the base pass for the first time tonight after he tried to in the last inning but grounded out. First pitch is inside and a fastball for ball 1. Nobody in the bullpen for the Everett Aqua Sox at this moment, as I do believe that the manager for Everett, Lewis Boyd, will bring in Damon Cassetta Stubbs for the first 2. And this will be a ground ball fielded by the shortstop. Frick throws to first, and Everett has turned another double play on a 1-0 count. Everett with their second double play in as many innings, and that is what has kept this game a 1-0 score. Here is the third baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez. As Rodriguez grounded out to the third baseman,
And the first time he came up, first pitch is a curveball inside, a foul ball. That goes past the third base line. Count will start off at 0-1. Just gone past the 1 hour mark here in the bottom of the fourth inning. The 0-1 pitch, that's a fly ball foul going over the Volcanoes dugout past the first base side. And the count is at 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Damon, the windup and the pitch that is inside. That hits Armani Smith. He drops the bat. And he is shaking off his right hand as the third base coach, Nestor Rojas, as well as the Volcanoes team trainer, going to take a look at that. He got hit in what looked like his right wrist or his right hand. He immediately dropped his bat and was shaking the hand off. Is currently getting looked at the moment. A timeout by Everett. Carter Benz going to talk to Cassetta Stubbs as Harrison Freed will walk up to home plate. Currently on the first base line between home and first, Yorlis Rodriguez getting looked at, and he will walk to first. And it looks like he'll be fine for the moment. As he is walking over the first base, here is the left fielder Harrison Freed, who got hit by a pitch in his only other at-bat in the second inning and was stranded at third base. As Harrison is looking to continue something here in the bottom of the fourth inning, the Aqua Sox lead by a score of 1-0. And they've had this lead for a while. Damon Cassetta Stubbs, the windup in the first pitch that is outside on a fastball in the dirt for a ball 1. Bottom of the fourth, 1-0 Volcanoes. The Aqua Sox have no runs on 2 hits and 2 errors, while the Volcanoes have a run on 3 hits. Damon in the stretch. Again, the sign from Carter Binns. The windup and the 1-0, that is upstairs. And the count is now 2 balls and no strikes. That one's straight just above the strike zone at around helmet height. And the last time that Harrison played at home, he went 2 for 4 with a run. And he throw to first not in time. Rodriguez currently 1 for 2 in stolen bases. He has a chance for his second one of the year. And ever since the huge stolen base stealer in Simon Whiteman was promoted up to Augusta, they haven't really done much in terms of base stealing. And the 2-0 pitch is a fastball. Just gets under the strike zone, under the knees, ball 3. This is the first 3-ball count for Cassetta Stubbs since he struck out Alex Canario in a full count. That ended the first inning. 3-0, 2 outs. Cassetta Stubbs, the 3-0 pitch. That is a ball 4, and Freed has walked on 4 pitches. And now bring up the first baseman, Baker Mendoza. Mendoza got an RBI single that scored Martirano his last time up, and he now has a chance to get a couple of more runs on the board as well, as currently the Aqua Sox pitching coach Ari Ronick is walking up to talk to Damon. In his last start against the Volcanoes, Cassetta Stubbs threw 5 1/3, allowing an earned run, but had to leave after the Volcanoes tied the game up. They were leading 6-5. Everett was, when Damon was taken out of the game, was put in by Kip Rawlings. And it was after that when the Volcanoes tied the game up at 6 apiece after they were trailing 6-0. Damon with runners on first and second base. In the stretch, getting the sign from Baker. First pitch is a strike 1, looking on a curveball that just gets a little outside on the strike zone. 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. Damon. Again, the sign, wind up in the 0-1. That is a shot. There will be a ball that gets off the glove of the second baseman in Utah Jones, fielded by Patrick Frick, who tried to touch the second base bag but then immediately goes down to the ground and is limping. His left leg, it looks like around his left ankle, is what's bugging him. It looks like from here that he may have fell on it awkwardly. As Frick, he fielded the ball after it was a chopper that was poorly fielded by the second baseman, Utah Jones. Frick fielded it, tried to touch the second base bag, but fell. And his ankle is bugging him. Now he is walking around just fine around the infield, as that will be credited as an error. The third error for the Everett Aqua Sox. This one on the second baseman and Utah Jones. And now we go to Carter Aldretti, who grounded out to the third baseman, Kevin Santa, for the third and final out in the second inning. As the Volcanoes have the bases loaded, they have the first baseman, Perez, right near the infield grass, as well as the third baseman, Kevin Santa. Jones and Frick, both right near the outfield grass. First pitch is a swing and a miss in a slider on the outside corner at 0-1. Aldretti on a 2-1 count, grounded out to the third baseman, Kevin Santa. Cassetta Stubbs trying to get out of a bases-loaded jam, 0-1. Wind up in the pitch. That is a strike two looking. That one a fastball right down the middle, a little bit inside. The Everett Aqua Sox, particularly their starter, Damon Cassetta Stubbs, having a little bit of a fan club around his family members who reside in nearby Vancouver, Washington, where he came from. As he has an 0-2 count against the second baseman, Carter Aldretti. This is Aldretti's first time playing at second base. And a timeout by Everett. Carter Binns walking up to talk to Damon. 2 outs, bases loaded for the Volcanoes. They lead 1-0. It started off on a leadoff single by Brandon Martirano, but Armani Smith would hit into a double play. Then a hit batter, a walk, and an error later. The bases are loaded. Yorlis Rodriguez at third, Harrison Freed at second, and Baker Mendoza at first. The 0-2 pitch outside, and a ball one on a slider on a 1-2 count. Bases loaded for Salem Keizer, 1-2. That's a swing and a miss, and Damon gets out of a bases loaded jam as Carter would strike out swinging on a fastball down and low. No runs would score on 1 hit, 1 error, and 3 runners left on. The score would stay 1-0 Volcanoes over the Aqua Sox going into the top of the 5th. Travis Perry back on the mound. They'll face off against Perez, Jones, and Santa. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, and one of the sections we have is our beautiful carved bird section. And we have eagles and crows, and the newest one we have is our three-eyed crows from the HBO series. One of the unique ones that we have are our hummingbird setups, where the hummingbirds are separate from the pedestal and they just look beautiful. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutoBody.com. Jackson'sAutoBody.com.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile's Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 5th inning. The score staying 1-0 Volcanoes over the Everett Aqua Sox. Travis Perry looking very solid through the first 4 innings on the mound. No runs, allowing 2 hits, which have been in the last 2 innings. He has walked 3 batters and struck out 1. First pitch is a swing and a miss. Strike 1 from Perry to the 9-hitter, the starting center fielder, Miguel Perez. The 0-1 pitch, that's a curveball for a strike 2 looking on the inside corner. That one definitely falling at the knees. And the count at 0-2. Perry will face off against Miguel Perez, Utah Jones, and Kevin Santa. And the 0-2 pitch is a strike 3 called on an outside fastball. Just gets under the knees, but is just enough for his second strikeout of the night. Second strikeout looking, and we go for out number 1 already in the top of the 5th. We now go to the top of the order. In the second baseman, Utah Jones, a strikeout and a ground out in his first 2 appearances at the plate. As the Aqua Sox go to the top of the order for the 3rd time around. Perry, the windup of the first pitch, that is a ball 1 on a fastball that goes up and out and around the letters. The Volcanoes will bring in their first 3 hitters at the bottom of the 5th. This 1-0 pitch, a fly ball to center field. It is the center fielder, Alex Canario, making the play for out number 2. And we now go to the third baseman, Kevin Santa, who is 1 for 1 with a walk and a single. Got a base hit, the first hit for the Aqua Sox in his last time up. As he was playing in his 4th game and playing for his 4th team in the Seattle Mariners farm system this year. After he completely skipped the Aqua Sox last year. Perry, the first pitch. That's a strike 1 looking on an outside fastball. Just gets a little above the knees. And Santa, on a 3-1 count, was walked and got a base hit in his last time up. Oh, wow, that is an 0-1 pitch on a curveball, very outside. But the home plate umpire, Kyle Stutz, giving Perry the strike. And the count is at 0-2. That was a very nasty one of many that Perry has thrown tonight. And the windup and the 0-2 pitch, that is a ball 1, a fastball around the same spot as where the curveball was thrown. On the outside part of the strike zone, that goes a little above the knees. The count is at a ball and 2 strikes. Perry, the step back and the windup. 1-2, the pitch, that is upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes on another fastball. At around the letters, Santa, 1 for 1 with a walk and a single in his last time up. It was the first Aqua Sox base hit of the night. 2-2 outside, full count 3-2 on a curveball in the dirt. Martirano trying to prevent that ball from going anywhere. And the count is now full at 3-2. 2 strikeouts on the night for Perry. Let's see if he can get 3. The payoff pitch, that's a shot. That one getting into center field. And Kevin Santa has his second hit of the night. He entered today going 0 for 9. He is now 2 for 11 in an Aqua Sox uniform. And then we now go to the starting shortstop, Patrick Frick, who is 0 for 1 with a walk and a fly out to right. And for the longest time, every other game in the Northwest League had no score. And we just got the first update of another game that has another run on the board. That is Spokane getting a run on the board against the Eugene Emeralds. Spokane leads 1-0. Travis Perry getting the sign from Martirano. The windup of the first pitch is a strike 1 looking on a fastball at the knees right down the middle. Spokane scores their first run on an RBI double by Scott Capers, which scores Luis Asuncion. Spokane leads 1-0. Every other game, no score. No balls and a strike. Perry the pitch. That is a ball 1 inside. That's a fastball around the same spot as where the last pitch was, except it goes a little bit inside. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. And Travis Perry most likely done after 5, but after how well he's been performing here tonight, I would not be surprised if he pitches in the 6th. Try and continue his amazing performance on the mound. A ball and a strike, Perry. The windup and the pitch. Runner goes. Martirano can't throw to second. As he loses the ball, Kevin Santa goes to second on a stolen base. That was on a curveball. As Martirano loses the ball for a quick second, loses the ball trying to get the transition from catching it to throwing it. Trying to transition to his throwing arm. And transition the ball into his throwing arm. And Kevin Santa, the game-tying run for Everett, is now at second base. 2 balls and a strike. Travis Perry against the shortstop Patrick Frick. The pitch. That is a fly ball. That will go into left field. Harrison Freed. He is under it. Harrison Freed making the catch. Travis Perry has thrown 5 scoreless innings here at Volcano Stadium. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. Still 1-0 Volcanoes at the going into the bottom of the 5th. That'll be the top 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center located in Keizer, or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
Hi, this is Michelle at Copycats, located in West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer. We are much more than a full-service copy center. While we have the latest technology in self-service and full-service copy machines, we also offer an amazing array of printing and binding options. Color copying, offset printing, process color printing, laser engraving, and a full-color poster. We do it all. Copycats offers high-quality products and services in addition to printing and copying, such as trophies, awards, signs, banners, business forms, and invitations. We also stock hundreds of different papers, from elegant stationery stock to suit every taste. So let Copycats of West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer take care of you. Find us online at copycatsnw.com. At Copycats, our cats are paper trained.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The score, Salem Keizer 1, Everett 0. As Damon Cassetta Stubbs back on the mound for his 5th inning of work. He has thrown 54 pitches. And he'll face off against the top of the order, starting with the designated hitter Quan Atkins. First pitch is a foul ball past the third base side at 0-1. Really the only highlight that we have here tonight was back in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Baker Mendoza hitting an RBI single that scored Brandon Martirano from second. The 0-1 pitch is inside, and a slider that goes under the knees inside. Count is even at a ball and a strike. 1-0 Volcanoes, with both teams with 3 hits. Everett with 3 errors. The 1-1 pitch is outside, and a slider that Damon loses his control of as that goes outside, gets away from the glove of the catcher Carter Binns, and the count at 2 balls and a strike. Wind up in the pitch. That is a hard hit ball that will go in the left field. Back goes Luis Joseph. He's trying to make the play. He can't make it. That falls in fair territory. Atkins is running the second. There's going to be a play at second. He is safe. And Atkins gets the second on a leadoff double. The shortstop, my mistake, the second baseman, Utah Jones, almost tags him. As Adkins will get his 6th double of the season. A leadoff double, an extra base hit brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. The Volcanoes looking to get some more runs on the board. Marco Luciano looking to get his first hit of the night. First pitch is a low curveball under the strike zone, under the knees, ball 1. The left fielder, Luis Joseph, was stationed so close to the infield that when he saw that ball go right near the line, he wasn't ready to make the play. 1 ball, no strike. Stubbs, oh, that is inside on a slider. Goes up and in, and Luciano will now face a 2-0 count. Nobody in the bullpen yet for Everett, but there was a couple of guys who just got up from the bench along the third base side. The 2-0 count, that is a ball 3 on a fastball that just gets inside. It was above the knees, 3-0. Quan Adkins at second base. That represents some insurance for the Volcanoes at a time when they really need it. They have been leading 1-0 for a while. 3 balls and no strikes. That is a shot that going into the gap in left center. Adkins is going to be running around the third. The throw to the plate will be cut off. And Marco Luciano has an RBI single. And it scores Quan Adkins, and Salem Keizer now has a 2-0 lead. The kid, Marco Luciano, with his second RBI and his third hit in the Volcanoes uniform. He is now 1 for 3. And the Volcanoes have increased their lead 2-0 on back-to-back hits in the bottom of the 5th. Here is the center fielder, Alex Canario, looking to continue this offensive barrage that the Volcanoes have brought themselves in. He is 0 for 2, looking for his first hit. And Stubbs, the windup in the first pitch. That is a fastball under the strike zone and ball 1. Canario struck out swinging in the first, grounded out to the shortstop, Patrick Frick. In the 3rd inning, Marco Luciano getting his second RBI in a Volcanoes uniform. A ball and no strikes, and the 1-0 pitch, a curveball outside, and the count is at 2-0. The catcher, Carter Binns, was looking at the first baseman, Marco Luciano, a little bit. And the count going to 2 balls and no strikes. Stubbs, the 2-0 pitch that is outside, and that ball getting away from the catcher Binns, and Luciano's going to second on a wild pitch. And the Volcanoes will have another runner in scoring position. The count now 3-0. And Casetta Stubbs losing a little bit of his control here in the bottom of the 5th inning. There is a pitcher in the bullpen. All right for Everett, 3-0. Swing and a miss, and that hits Canario in the leg. And he is down on the ground, as it looks like he got hit somewhere in the left leg. Canario, he swung at that pitch, so the at-bat will continue. But now you have both the team trainer, the Volcanoes acting manager Nestor Rojas, and Brandon Martirano all looking at Canario, as it makes the count now 3-1. As it looks like from here, they're looking at his right thigh and his right leg, which is, I guess, where he got hit, which proves my point even further that Casetta Stubbs, he's losing his control a little bit. There is a pitcher in the bullpen right now for the Aqua Sox, who I believe to be Kip Rawlings. And Canario is now up. It looks like he's going to shake this one off. He is shaking his right leg a little bit, and it looks like he may continue with the at-bat here. With the count at 3 balls and 1 strike. Kip Rawlings, I believe, is the pitcher in the bullpen for the Everett Aqua Sox. He came in for Casetta Stubbs in that first game at Funko Field, with the game now at 6-5. Everett, after they led 6-0, and it was the first pitch from Rawlings to, I believe it was Franklin Labor. It was a solo home run that tied the game at 6. Or no, it was a game-tying 2-run home run. It was 6-4, but there was a run that was credited towards Stubbs that was still up. And the 3-1 pitch, that's a shot in the left field. Riding around third is Luciano. The throw to the plate is a high throw to Binns, and he can't get it. That ball getting past the catcher, Binns. Riding around the third is Canario, and he'll stay at third base. That is a long throw. Gets over the head of the catcher, Carter Binns, from left field. Luciano scoring all the way from second base. It's going to be another base hit and an error. They're either going to call this a single and an error or a double and an error, because Canario is now at third. A run is going to score. An RBI will be credited towards Canario. Luciano's going to score. It is now 3-0 Volcanoes. And Ari Ronick is now back onto the mound for Everett, as Casetta Stubbs, on his last legs here at Volcano Stadium, if he wants to get out of this inning. Still nobody out. The first two hitters that he faced scored, and the third one is on third base. I believe that is a double and an error, as that is Everett's fourth error of the game. I believe, and it turns out that after further review, they're going to call that a single and an error. It was a single by Canario, but the error by the left fielder Luis Joseph would move Canario not only to second, but would also advance him to third, as the Volcanoes now lead by a score of 3-0. Casetta Stubbs facing off against the catcher Brandon Martirano with a runner at third base. The infield is in. First pitch. That is a strike one looking on a fastball. Goes a little bit inside at 0-1. Martirano 2 for 2 with a double, a single, and a run here in tonight's game. The infield is in. They're all bordering the infield grass, if not on the infield grass. And the 0-1 pitch is a fastball. Goes down and outside in the dirt to the right-handed hitter Martirano. Damon getting the sign. The 1-1 pitch. That is a slow roller foul. That one looked like it hit off of Brandon, but they'll shake it off, and the count is at 1-2. The Volcanoes getting a little roughed up here tonight. You had, I believe it was Harrison Freed who got hit. But then you had, I believe it was Yorlis Rodriguez who got hit as well, and it looked pretty bad at first. 1-2 pitch. That is a fly ball going to the right field. Back goes to right fielder Cade Marlowe. He is under it, and he will make a catch at the wall. And going to third and scoring will be Canario. So it'll be a sacrifice fly to right. Cade Marlowe making a nice play at the wall, but a run will score on a sacrifice fly by Martirano. That is the first out for Damon Casetta Stubbs, and the Volcanoes now lead by a score of 4-0. And we now go to Armani Smith, who was looking for his first hit of the night. The step back on the windup, first pitch. That is a strike one looking on a slider that goes a little outside at 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch got a slider. Goes a little inside for a ball one. And the 1-1 pitch, a ground ball, takes a very odd hop past the third baseman, Kevin Santa, and Armani Smith will get a one-out single on a base hit to left field. That looked like a routine running play for Kevin Santa was about to happen, but the ball takes a very odd hop as it hits the border between the infield grass and the infield, going into left field, so the inning will continue. The Volcanoes get their 7th hit as Salem Keizer leads 4-0. Here's Yorlis Rodriguez, the third baseman. And the 0-1 count. First pitch is a foul chopper. Goes past the third base side. Count is at 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. The Volcanoes have 7 hits total, 4 hits in this inning. Throw to first, not in time to try and get Armani. He slips a little bit, but is able to get back to the bag. Rodriguez, he got hit by a pitch his last time up and was stranded at third base. And grounded out to the third baseman, Kevin Santa, as well. The 0-1 pitch, that is a check swing on a slider that goes a little above the strike zone to the letters. Did he go? Yes, he did. And the count is at 0-2. Casetta Stubbs ahead of the count at 0-2. The pitch that is inside, and a slider that almost hits Rodriguez. That goes a little under the knees, and the count is at a ball and 2 strikes. As Casetta Stubbs, I believe, has a couple of strikeouts, and the 1-2 pitch is a fastball foul that hits the backstop. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the count will stay a ball and 2 strikes. 1 out here in a huge bottom of the 5th for the Volcanoes. Cassetta Stubbs, the windup and the pitch. That is a shot. That one is going to be a base hit into short right center. Riding around the third will be Armani Smith, and he is going to stay there. And the inning will continue. There will be runners on the corners. Armani Smith racing the third. As we now go to Harrison Freed, who is yet to have an at-bat here, or yet to have a plate appearance here in this game. After he was walked and got hit by a pitch. As Damon Cassetta Stubbs, he is barely hanging on. As he has now thrown 80 pitches through 4 1/3 innings. Damon, the first pitch is inside and a fastball for ball 1. Harrison Freed was hit by a pitch on a 1-1 count and was walked on 4 pitches. Runners on the corners for the Volcanoes. Armani Smith at third base. Yorlis Rodriguez is at first. The inning will continue. The 1-0, that is a foul ball. That one going towards the Volcanoes dugout. A line shot straight towards the Volcanoes dugout, and the count is at a ball and a strike. Baker Mendoza on deck. He is 1 for 1 with an RBI single and an error. Travis Perry, very masterful on the mound once again. 5 scoreless innings so far against Everett. And the 1-1 pitch is a ball 2 and a fastball that goes down and low in the dirt. Other updates, Spokane now has a 2-0 lead over Eugene. Tri-City has a 1-0 lead over Hillsboro. And Vancouver has a 1-0 lead over Boise. 2 balls and a strike. Cassetta Stubbs on the mound with the runners on the corners to pitch. That is a slow chopper fielded by Santa. Throws the second for 1. Throws the first for 2. It is in time, and that is a 5-4-3 double play. And the third double play for the Aqua Sox here tonight, as that will end the 5th inning. 3 runs are going to score. All 3 of them will be earned. 5 hits, 1 error, and 1 runner left on. The score now, the Aqua Sox 0, Salem Keizer 4. As there will be a new pitcher for the Volcanoes after Travis Perry is done after 5. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Johnson's Funeral Home in South Salem is locally owned, which is a rarity today. Miles Johnson is a Sprague High grad. His wife Erin manages the household with their 8 adorable kids. Budgets are tight for everyone. The Johnsons understand that better than anyone. Their affordable pricing helps ease the burden at such a critical time. Johnson Funeral Home, cremations, funerals, celebrations of life, and pre-planning. Check out their glowing reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Yelp. See more at johnsoncelebrations.com. johnsoncelebrations.com.
Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here at Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes have increased their lead now to 4-0 after they scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th. There's a new pitcher for the Salem Keizer Volcanoes. A call to the bullpen brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli. You won't make an error at Cozy's because they'll hit it out of the park. The new pitcher will be Jorge Labrador, who will be the first pitcher after Travis Perry. And Labrador will start off against the right fielder, Cade Marlowe, who is 0 for 2. It'll be Cade Marlowe, the first baseman, Robert Perez, and the designated hitter, Connor Hoover. Here in the top of the 6th, the Volcanoes taking a 4-0 lead over the Everett Aqua Sox in the first game of a 3-game series. First pitch is a inside fastball that Marlowe swings at, and the count will start off at 0-1. Travis Perry done after 5 innings with allowing 3 hits, no runs, walking 3, striking out 2. The 0-1 pitch, that is a strike 2 looking on an outside slider. Just gets out of the reach of Marlowe. That one a little under the knees, 0-2. Jorge Labrador, the 20-year-old from Santa Barbara, Venezuela, making his 4th appearance this year. And Labrador, the windup and the 0-2 pitch, that is outside, and a fastball for a ball 1. That one about belt height at a 1-2 count. 0-1 with an ERA of 7.20 entering tonight. 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs. He has walked no one and struck out 7. A ball and 2 strikes. And Labrador, the windup and the 1-2 pitch. That's a slider that goes way outside to Marlowe, and the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Labrador is up from the Arizona League after he pitched in 10 games. He had 3 wins and 3 saves, allowing 6 earned runs in 22 2/3 innings, 21 hits, walked 6, struck out 30. Looking to strike out his 8th batter here. The 2-2 pitch. That's a shot in the right field. Right fielder Armani Smith is underrated and will make the catch for out number 1 here in the top of the 6th inning. Here's the first baseman, Robert Perez, who is 1 for 2 with a single and a fielder's choice to end the first. Travis Perry looking to get his 4th win of the season. After he lost his last 2 starts against the Hillsboro Hops and the Tri-City Dust Devils. And the windup and the first pitch by Labrador. Ooh, boy, inside. And a little bit of a slider that gets inside, almost hits the first baseman, Robert Perez, and the count will start off at 1-0. One ball and no strikes. The pitch, that is a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. That's a fastball down and out, but in the strike zone enough to be called a strike. Robert Perez started this year playing in 19 games with the Tacoma Rainiers. That was off and on ever since the Volcanoes last played the Aqua Sox. 1 ball and 1 strike. Labrador, the pitch. That's a swing and a miss, and a fastball, 93 miles an hour. The fastest from him and the fastest pitch that we've seen so far from either side. As the count is now 1-2. That one just getting under the strike zone, definitely under the knees. And Perez swinging at that one. A 1 ball, 2 strike count. Home plate umpire Kyle Stutz calling time. They'll now go back into play. It is Marlowe, Perez, and Hoover. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The windup and the pitch by Labrador outside, and another fastball on a 2 ball, 2 strike count. On a fastball at the knees, but it gets outside as Labrador is looking to get the second out here in the top of the 6th inning. Labrador in the stretch, windup and the 2-2. That is a swing and a miss and a curveball that just goes outside for a strike 3. And Labrador getting his 8th strikeout is a Volcano in his 4th game as we now go to the designated hitter Connor Hoover, who is 0 for 1 with a fly out to left field and a walk. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes here celebrating the Edgar Martinez Hall of Fame bobblehead. And also another snippet of what's going on here tonight. Currently we have a roving scout for the Chicago Cubs here. First pitch is a fly ball going to right field, and the right fielder, Armani Smith, that ball will drop. as Armani Smith didn't know where that ball was going to land. He found out that was going to land in short right field. And Connor Hoover has a 1-pitch, 2-out single, and Hoover is now 1 for 2 on the night. Here is the catcher, Carter Binns. The Volcanoes still lead by 4. They are shutting out the Aqua Sox by a score of 4-0. And this comes after the Volcanoes won 3 of 4 against Everett back in late June in the series from June 21st to the 24th. Labrador getting the sign from Martirano. Runner at first base to wind up, and the first pitch is a ball 1 that just misses the strike zone, and a fastball with Martirano immediately looking over at first base. Got a little bit of a snippet here today here in the press box. There is a roving scout for the Chicago Cubs, and it consists of former Major League pitcher Aaron Seeley. 1 ball, no strikes. Labrador the pitch. That is a strike 1 looking right down the middle. Going a little under the belt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Connor Hoover getting his first hit of the night on a 2-out single that Armani Smith misplays after he thought it was going to go straight to him. And the 1-1 pitch, a foul ball and a fastball. On a 1-ball, 2-strike count, Labrador looking to get his second strikeout of the night here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Aaron Seeley, the former pitcher for the Mariners, Dodgers, and Red Sox, known around here as a huge contributor to that 2001 Mariners season. And a ball and 2 strikes. Labrador, the windup in the pitch. Runner goes. That is a ball. Martirano throwing to second, but he almost airmails the second baseman Carter Aldretti as Connor Hoover will get his 4th stolen base of the season. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jorge Labrador just needs to get this final guy out, and they'll keep the shutout intact. Going into the top of the 6th inning, the Aqua Sox with another runner at second base. This is the 4th time that they've had a runner at second. And in all 3 other times, that runner at second was left on second base. And the 2-2 pitch from Jorge Labrador, the windup and the pitch, that is a swing and a miss and a strike 3. And the trend continues with leaving runners in scoring position. That was on a slider, down and out. Labrador getting a second strikeout. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. The shutout will stay intact for another inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th with the Aqua Sox bringing in a new pitcher in what I can only assume is Kip Rawlings, but we'll definitely confirm it after this break. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Many activities become difficult after injuries or conditions such as a stroke, brain injury, spinal cord injury, or multiple sclerosis. But when people come to PT Northwest for occupational therapy, they find progress is often significant. Occupational therapists at PT Northwest, which specializes in hand and upper extremity injuries, work on helping you develop, recover, and maintain skills to perform daily tasks. Visit PT Northwest today at ptnorthwest.com. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem.
I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when I was 4 years old. It's not easy. Every day I have to test my blood sugars and give myself shots. Sue Ellen is the legacy health nurse at my school. She gives me hugs and makes me happy. She also helped me become more independent. Now I can do anything, like learn to swim or become a doctor. I'm Gavin, and this is my legacy.
Legacy Health. Our legacy is yours.
If we could convey one thing about Day Heating Company, we'd like you to know that we will do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to guarantee your satisfaction.
Whatever it takes to ensure your comfort.
Whatever it takes to earn your trust.
With locations in Salem and Corvallis, let us do whatever it takes to meet your heating and cooling needs.
And right now, it is a great time to receive rebates and tax credits.
Call us today, 363-4822. Day Heating. There is a difference.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Everett Aqua Sox bringing in a new pitcher, and it is indeed number 13, Kip Rawlings, for the Aqua Sox. He came in the first game of that 4-game road series against the Volcanoes at Funko Field. They'll start off against the 8-9-1 hitter, starting with the first baseman Baker Mendoza, who started off the scoring for the Volcanoes back in the bottom of the second inning. Rawlings, the 22-year-old from Kershaw, South Carolina, he made his only other appearance against the Volcanoes back on June 21st, where he only threw a third of an inning, allowing a couple of runs. First pitch to Mendoza is a ground ball to the second baseman, Utah Jones. For out number 1 already in the bottom of the 6th, Damon Cassetta Stubbs finishing with 5 innings. Currently, as far as I can tell, 4 earned runs, although the Aqua Sox have had 4 errors. He has allowed 5, 6, 7, 8 hits. He has walked only 1 batter and has struck out, I believe, 2 batters, and that is the case, 2 batters. So Kip Rawlings will be on the mound for the Aqua Sox. Here's Carter Aldretti looking for his first hit of the night. Rawlings, the windup and the pitch. That is a strike 1 looking on a fastball. It goes a little inside and above the knees. Kip Rawlings, in his 16th appearance this year, he is 1-2 with an ERA of 5.96. In 22 2/3 innings, 32 hits, 15 runs. He has walked 10 and struck out 17 batters. And the 0-1 pitch from Rawlings is a fastball at the letters inside, and the count is at 1-1. He has no saves and 3 save opportunities. The most recent save opportunity being against Spokane on August 4th. But that was the latest of 2 appearances in which he only threw a third of an inning. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball foul. A fastball inside, foul ball hits the netting above the Volcanoes dugout. He allowed 5 earned runs in a third of an inning at home against Spokane back on August 4th. And in his first appearance against the Volcanoes, he allowed 2 runs in a third of an inning and 2 hits. The 1-2 pitch, that is upstairs, and a fastball that goes up and in, 2 balls and 2 strikes. He also made another appearance against the Volcanoes in the final game on the 24th, where he threw an inning of 2/3, allowing no hits, no runs. He hit a batter, walked no one, and struck out 2 in 25 pitches. The 2-2 pitch, fly ball. This one going to the right field. Cade Marlowe is going back. Marlowe, that ball's a little bit of a carry. That one going to the warning track and will be caught right near the line for out number 2. It did have a little bit of carry, though, but Cade Marlowe was able to make the play for the second out in the bottom of the 6th. We now go to the top of the order in Quan Adkins, who started off the 3-run 5th inning on a leadoff double. In his 6th double of the season to left field. Rawlings getting the sign from Carter Binns. First pitch is a ball 1 that just misses. That was at the letters, a little under that, but it just misses the strike zone at 1-0. He has had 3 save opportunities. 1 was against the Volcanoes on the 21st, where he threw a third of an inning. The 1-0 pitch, a fastball, goes outside at ball 2. The second one was on July 25th, where he was the losing pitcher against the Vancouver Canadians, where he threw 25 pitches, allowing a couple of runs in an inning and 2/3, and lost a save opportunity back on August 4th against Spokane. 2 balls and no strikes. Rawlings the pitch. That is outside, and the count is now 3 balls and no strikes. On a fastball, it gets outside. His ERA has just been going up and down ever since that third of an inning performance. Has just been around 5, 6 runs. The 3-0 pitch, that is a strike 1 looking on a fastball inside, just above the knees. After that third of an inning performance, his ERA went up from 2.25 to 6.23. It went down to 4.5 and as low as 3.52 before it went back up to as high as 6.10. The 3-1 pitch, that's a shot getting into the hole in right, getting past the glove of the first baseman, Robert Perez. And Quan Adkins has himself his second base hit of the night. He is now 2 for 3. And we now go to the starting shortstop in Marco Luciano, who is 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the previous inning that scored Adkins from second base. The score right now, the Volcanoes 4, the Everett Aqua Sox 0. And Rawlings The windup and the first pitch, that is a strike one looking on a fastball that just gets a little outside, but the count will be at 0-1. That is the first called strike towards Luciano all night. A 2-0 count, grounded out to third. First pitch double play, and a 3-0 count, he got a base hit. And the 0-1 pitch by Rawlings, that is inside. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count that was down under the knees in the corner. And Adkins will stay at first base. He is currently 9 for 15 in stolen bases, looking to go double digits here tonight. Rawlings in the stretch, glove right next to his face, the 1-1 that is inside, and another fastball down and in. This one a little too in, and the count is at 2 balls and a strike. So the Salem Keizer Volcanoes looking to snap a 6-game losing streak here tonight. They lead the Everett Aquasox by a score of 4-0, and it's looking pretty solid so far. 2 balls and a strike. Rawlings against Luciano, the pitch that's inside. That one going at the letters, above and inside, and a fastball, 90 miles an hour, ball 3. And it is another 3-1 count for Kip Rawlings. He had one against Adkins and ended him getting his second hit of the night. 3 balls and a strike. Rawlings, the windup and the 3-1 pitch. That is a strike 2 looking on a fastball down and in, but it just gets in the strike zone above the knees. Full count. Temperature here at Volcano Stadium going down a little bit. We have strands of red clouds here. Temperature now at 69 degrees, clear with a little bit of periodic clouds here and there, but it is still pretty clear so far. Throw at the first base is not in time. A full count, 3-2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Marco Luciano looking to extend the inning. Rawlings in the stretch, the payoff pitch. Adkins will go, and the fly ball, this will go in the right field. Marlowe is running for it. He will make a running catch in the short right field, and that will end the 6th inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. And the score stays at 4-0 going into the top of the 7th inning. Jorge Labrador expected to go back onto the mound against Luis Joseph, Miguel Perez, and Utah Jones. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile's Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
I know, you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twist for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the 7th inning. The Volcanoes still riding high against the Everett Aquasox by a score of 4-0, with most of their runs coming in from a 3-run bottom of the 5th. Jorge Labrador back on the mound will face off against the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Luis Joseph, Miguel Perez, and Utah Jones. We take a look at scores very quickly from around the Northwest League. Spokane, they finished off that bottom of the 4th inning by scoring 8 runs. They went around the lineup once tonight, and they lead by a score of 8-0 over the Eugene Emeralds. They'll try and snap their 4-game winning streak, with 3 of those wins coming against the Volcanoes. Labrador, the first pitch to Luis Joseph is a bunt. That one a pop-up. That one
will be caught by the catcher. No, Martirano dropped it. It is a bunt pop fly, and Labrador trying to comfort Martirano after that. The count will start off at 0-1. That was a very high bunt pop-up in the foul territory. It looked like Rodriguez was the closest to it, but Martirano ended up being the one to try and get the ball, and he would end up dropping it. And the count will start off at 0-1. As it'll be Luis Joseph, Miguel Perez, and Utah Jones, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Labrador in the stretch, getting the sign from Martirano, and the 0-1 count is inside, and a slider at 1-1 above the knees, under the belt. Other scores, Tri-City leading Hillsborough now by a score of 2-0 going into the bottom of the 6th. Pretty interesting to see Hillsborough trailing after all this time. The 1-1 pitch, that's a fastball foul inside. Definitely above the letters, but Perez, or my mistake, Joseph would still take a chance at it. And the count will be at a ball and 2 strikes. And the final game is Vancouver is leading Boise by a score of 2-0. Labrador, the windup and the 1-2 pitch. That's a fly ball going to left field. Harrison Freed is under it, and Freed will make the catch for out number 1 in the top of the 7th inning. So it looks like so far that the Salem Keizer Volcanoes are the only team in the Northwest League South Division who has a lead against their interleague opponent. Eugene is trailing Spokane, Hillsborough is trailing Tri-City, and Boise is trailing Vancouver. So it looks like they may have an advantage here today in the first game of a 3-game home series, and this would also be huge for the Volcanoes in the fact that they're not playing on the road anymore. In the second half play, they are 1-11 on the road. Labrador, the first pitch to Miguel Perez is a strike 1 looking on a slider inside, 0-1. Labrador, the 0-1 count now, the 0-1 pitch. That is inside. Oh, boy. That's a curveball. Almost hits Perez. Volcanoes in the shift with Rodriguez and Aldretti in the infield, and Luciano in short left, while Baker Mendoza is the only one covering right field. A ball and a strike. Labrador, the windup and the pitch. That is a swing and a miss and a strike 2 and a slider that has a little bit of movement, goes outside. It is a ball and 2 strikes. And Labrador online to get his 3rd strikeout of the night. The Aquasox have 4 hits and 4 errors. 1 ball and 2 strikes to pitch. That is a fly ball popped up, and that's going into the seats foul territory. Mendoza and Martirano trying to run for it, but it'll go foul at 1-2. The Aquasox, no runs on 4 hits and 4 errors. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes, 4 runs on 9 hits and no errors. Things are looking pretty well so far here on August 17th, 2019 for Salem Keizer. Trying to snap a 6-game losing streak. A ball and 2 strikes, the windup and the 1-2 pitch. That is a swing and a miss and a slider for strike 3. And Miguel Perez strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. First time swinging, and Labrador gets his 3rd strikeout of the night. And we now go to the top of the order for the 4th time around. That is the second baseman, Utah Jones, who is 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a ground out, and a flyout. Utah Jones drafted out of North Greenville after he played for the University of North Carolina. First pitch is a fastball down and in for a ball 1. A ball and no strikes. Labrador, that is another inside fastball. That one hitting the backstop, and now the home plate umpire, Kyle Stutz, is saying that hit Jones. And he'll be walking over to first base. So 2 outs with another base runner on. The Aquasox have left a base runner on in the last 4 innings of this game. And we now go to the 3rd baseman, Kevin Santa, who has so far been the best player offensively for the Aquasox, that he is the only Everett player who has multiple base hits. He entered today without any base hits in an Aqua Sox uniform. This is only his 4th game. And he's playing with his 4th team in the Mariners farm system this year. Labrador, the windup, and the first pitch rise bunting. That goes inside, and a fastball definitely under the knees, but it's hard to tell. Santa was trying to bunt for it. And the count at 1-0. And a ball and no strikes, runner on first base. In Utah Jones, the 1-0 pitch. That's a chopper. Fielded by the second baseman, Aldretti, who throws to the shortstop, Luciano, to get Jones out for the force. Now end the top of the 7th. No runs on no hits, no errors, and a runner left on going into the bottom of the 7th inning. The score staying at 4-0. Volcanoes over the Aqua Sox. Kip Rawlings face off against Canario, Martirano, and Smith. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
PT Northwest is considered the premier sports rehab provider in the Willamette Valley, thanks to their work with the Salem Keizer Volcanoes, the Corvallis Knights, Oregon State University, Western Oregon University, Willamette University, and many local high schools. PT Northwest treats a range of ailments and has many specialties such as hand, pelvic, speech, and pediatric therapy. If you want to find out more, visit us at ptnorthwest.com. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, PT Northwest is the official sports rehab provider to the Salem Keizer Volcanoes.
There's nothing better than the crack of a baseball bat and the cheer of the crowd. Les Schwab is proud to sponsor Summertime Baseball and all of the sights and sounds of the Salem Keizer Volcanoes. This team knows how to work together, inning after inning, game after game, just like the team at your local Les Schwab. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, Les Schwab is ready for you. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Miss Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Volcanoes looking to add on to the 4-0 lead they have over the Everett Aqua Sox. As Kip Rawlings is back onto the mound. And oh boy, first pitch to Canario is a hit by a pitch. And Canario got hit, looked like somewhere around the left wrist and the left hand a little bit. And the first pitch from Kip Rawlings. And Canario is the 3rd hit batter for the Volcanoes here tonight. And a leadoff hit by pitch, a base runner already for the Volcanoes. As Brandon Martirano walks up to the plate, he is 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run. It'll be Canario, Martirano, and Smith. As the Volcanoes look to get their 36th win of the season. They have lost their last 6 games and are 3-7 in their last 10. Rawlings, the first pitch, that is inside. Does that hit Martirano? It does not, but Martirano gets out of the way. That's another inside fastball. And the count at 1-0. The Everett Aqua Sox, they were in a pretty peculiar situation towards the end of the first half of the season. The 1-0 pitch, inside, that's another inside fastball. This one a little under the knees, 2 balls and no strikes. Nobody out, runner on first. The Aqua Sox were in a pretty peculiar situation. Their manager, Jose Moreno, stepped down before the first half of the season ended, and there had to be an interim manager before Lewis Boyd came in, who is only 25 years old, to come in as a manager for the Aqua Sox in the second half of the season. 2-0 pitch is a fastball low and in for ball 3. Canario at first base got on base after he got hit by a pitch. He is the 3rd Volcanoes hit batter. The 3-0 pitch by Rawlings is a ball 4 inside on another inside fastball by Kip Rawlings. This one at the letters. And above the strike zone, the Volcanoes with runners on first and second base and nobody out. Carter Binns walking up to talk to Kip Rawlings, the pitcher, as there is a pitcher in the bullpen currently for the Aqua Sox. Hard to tell what the number is at the moment, but my best guess is we will find out soon enough, as the right fielder Armani Smith walks up to the plate. He is 1 for 3 with a single in the 5th inning in his last time up. Runners on first and second base. Nobody out for Rawlings in the bottom of the 7th. Wind up and the first pitch is a strike one, looking on a fastball that just gets down and in 0-1. And before Smith got that single in the 5th, he grounded out to the shortstop Patrick Frick a couple of times in the 2nd inning and in the 4th inning. Rawlings in the stretch. Runners at first and second base. Gets a sign from Carter. The windup in the 0-1. That is outside. That was a fastball outside in the dirt. It is a 1-1 count. Alex Canario getting hit by a pitch and has walked to first base for the second time, or is on base for the second time. And Brandon Martirano has walked on 4 pitches. The 1-1 pitch. That is a swing and a foul. That one going right near the Everett Aqua Sox on deck circle. Count at 1-2. That was another fastball low and under the strike zone. The Volcanoes looking pretty solid here at the bottom of the 7th inning and throughout this game. Again, they're the only Northwest League South team that is leading in their interleague matchup tonight at this moment. The 1-2 pitch, Rawlings the pitch outside. That is a slider with a little bit of movement to the outside. That looked like about above the belt, under the letters, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Canario at second base, Martirano at first. Rawlings getting the sign. And the 2-2 pitch is a strike 3 called and a fastball that goes outside of the strike zone, a little down and low. And now get him for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here is Yorlis Rodriguez, who is 1 for 2 with a single, a ground out, and got hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. Rawlings finding the strike zone a little bit after getting Armani Smith out swinging. First pitch is a slow foul chopper towards the Aqua Sox on deck circle. Count starts off at 0-1. And we just got the attendance here at Volcano Stadium. Currently here on the first game of a 3-game series, 2,505 people have arrived. As right now sees the Volcanoes get into a shutout. And the first pitch is a ground ball fielded by the third baseman. And Kevin Santa, who bobbles the ball. He tries going to third to try and get Canario. He can't do it. And I do believe that may be the Everett Aqua Sox 5th error of the year and of the night, and it is. Kevin Santa joining in on the fun as he represents the 5th error for Everett tonight. And we now go to the number 7 hitter in Harrison Freed. Bases are loaded right now with 1 out, and the Volcanoes are threatening just like what they did back a couple of innings prior. Rawlings getting the sign from the catcher Carter Binns. Harrison Freed is looking for his first hit after he ended the 5th inning on a double play at 0-1. Rawlings getting the sign from Binns. Wind up and the first pitch. That is a chopper. That one fielded by Santa, who touches the third base bag. Tries throwing the first. He can't get him. It'll be an RBI fielder's choice by Harrison Freed. A run will score. That is Canario. His 2nd run of the night. Yorlis Rodriguez goes to 2nd. And the score is now Volcanoes 5, Everett nothing. And we now go to the number 8 hitter in Baker Mendoza, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI single. And Kip Rawlings gets the 2nd out. Santa from third base trying to throw the first, and he wouldn't get him. Rawlings to wind up in the first pitch. That is a strike one looking on a fastball. It just gets a little outside above the knees to Mendoza, 0-1. So the Volcanoes getting their 5th run of the game, still have 9 hits, and the Everett Aqua Sox now with 5 errors in this game. They have more errors than hits tonight. Rawlings to wind up and the 0-1. That is a swung-on foul, hits the netting, and the count is at 0-2. That one a fastball. Looked like it was right down the middle of the strike zone. Kip Rawlings has 1 strikeout on the night so far. That is Armani Smith earlier in this inning. Labrador may pitch in the 8th, but there is a pitcher in the bullpen for the Volcanoes who will fill in for him. The 0-2 pitch, that's a fly ball. That one going towards right field. That is hooking foul. Two outs for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 7th inning. They got another run on the board. Canario now with 25 runs total this year. The only Volcanoes player to score multiple runs here tonight. Started off on a hit by pitch, a walk to Brandon Martirano, a strikeout of Armani Smith, an error. And the 0-2 pitch, did he go? Yes, he did. That is a fastball up and in. But Mendoza swings at it. That will end the 7th inning. A run will score. It will be, I believe it is earned on no hits, no errors, or my mistake, 1 error. The Aqua Sox 5th, and they left 2 runners on. The score now is Volcanoes 5, Everett nothing going into the top of the 8th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Lube Plus in downtown Salem.
I'm Aaron Hackney, owner of Done Right Plumbing. We have qualified guys that are licensed plumbers coming to your home that know how to do their job. At Done Right Plumbing, that's what you get. You get exactly what you're paying for, and you should.
Done Right Plumbing makes house and business calls.
You know, I wouldn't send anybody to your house or business that I wouldn't send to my home or business.
Done Right Plumbing makes house and business calls.
Trust, honesty, at Done Right Plumbing, we do have to make money, but we don't have to make it all on one job. We provide a good service for an honest wage.
Done Right Plumbing makes house and business calls.
Customer service, we leave your house the way that we found it when we got there, without the plumbing problem though.
Done Right Plumbing makes house and business calls.
We definitely make house and business calls 24/7. I'm Aaron Hackney with Done Right Plumbing. I'm a plumber, not a radio guy.
They get the job done right at Done Right Plumbing.
Need plumbing? We'll be there. Done Right Plumbing, Salem.com. Done, R-I-T-E, plumbing, Salem.com.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 8th inning. A new pitcher for the Salem Keizer Volcanoes. A call to the bullpen brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli. Relieve your hunger with house-made pastrami, corned beef, and cannolis. The new pitcher is Clay Helvey, making an appearance on the mound, filling in for Jorge Labrador, who has thrown 2 innings, allowing 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and a strikeout 3. The 22-year-old from Charlotte, North Carolina, 1-1 with an ERA of 5.14. He's making his 12th appearance of the season and has 4 saves in 4 opportunities. Is making his first appearance since August 10th, where he threw an inning, allowing a hit, walked 1, and struck out 1. And that was actually the last time that the Volcanoes got a win. It was back on August 10th. The Volcanoes beating the Hillsboro Hops in the final game, in the final regular season game of the year. And the only time that he faced off against the Everett Aqua Sox was on June 22nd, where he got his first save. He threw 4 innings of relief, allowing 4 hits, 1 run, walked 1, and struck out 4. Clay Helvey will start off against the number 3 hitter, Patrick Frick. First pitch is a fastball, strike 1, looking on the outside corner. It is Patrick Frick, Cade Marlowe, and Robert Perez, who will walk up to the plate against Clay Helvey. The 0-1 pitch, that's outside, and a 1 ball, 1 strike count on another fastball. So Jorge Labrador, 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. Right now, Travis Perry's online for his 4th win. Damon Casetta Stubbs online for his 2nd loss. The 1-1 that is low, and a ball 2 that gets between the legs of Martirano, and the count is at 2 balls and a strike. Everett with a .500 record of 11 wins and 11 losses. In second half play, the Volcanoes will look to get their 10th win in second half play after this game. The 2-1 pitch is a foul chopper on a fastball inside and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Well, Travis Perry doing a great job through 5 innings, but due to pitch count, he is only able to throw only 5. With 3 hits, no runs, walked 3, struck out 2. The 2-2 pitch, that is outside. A full count 3-2 and a curveball, a 1-hopper that Martirano had to field. And as a full count 3-2, Clay Helvey threw 4 innings of relief in his only other appearance against the Everett Aqua Sox this year, and that was back in game 2 of the 4-game series. And the payoff pitch is a fastball down and low outside for a ball 4. As that is the first time since the 4th inning that the Aqua Sox have gotten a base runner on via a walk. And we now go to the starting right fielder, Cade Marlowe, looking for his first hit of the night. Patrick Frick walked for the 2nd time. Marlowe, he popped out to the shortstop, Marco Luciano, and a nice play by him in short center field. Grounded out to the first baseman, Baker Mendoza, and barely got out after Travis Perry touched first base. Wind up in the first pitch by Helvey, a swing and a miss, and a fastball for strike 1. And on 2-2 count, Marlowe flew out to the right fielder, Armani Smith, for out number 1 in the top of the 6th inning. The first inning for Jorge Labrador. Helvey 1-1 with an ERA of 5.14 and 4 saves. He has allowed 16 earned runs in 28 innings. The 0-1 pitch, that's a swing and a miss. That one a little bit of a splitter there at 0-2. Or a changeup, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Marlowe's 0 for 3. Robert Perez is on deck. He is 1 for 3. With a fielder's choice, a single, and a strikeout. Helvey getting the sign from Martirano, 0-2. The windup in the pitch, swing and a miss. And he got him with another changeup, strike 3. And Clay Helvey gets his first strikeout of the night here in the top of the 8th inning. Here's the first baseman, Robert Perez, who got a base hit in the 4th. Other gains from around the Northwest League. Eugene did not want to be shut out. An RBI single by Luis Vasquez scores Edmund American. And Spokane leads by 7 now, 8-1. Tri-City still with that 2-0 lead over Hillsborough, 2-0. First pitch is a strike 1 looking on a fastball. Goes a little bit outside at the letters, 0-1. And now the Boise Hawks in the top of the 6th have tied the game up at 2 apiece. And now we're going to the top of the 7th. Boise and Vancouver tied at 2 apiece. Helvey, the windup and the 0-1 pitch, that is outside, and a fastball low in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Robert Perez, the starting first baseman, started off the year playing for the Tacoma Rainiers before being sent down to Everett. And first, it looked like he was going to be one of those players that was going to go back to Tacoma, someone like Ryan Court, who ended up playing for Tacoma and then up with the Mariners. But it looks like he's staying here for the entire season. The 1-1 pitch is a fly ball, foul on a fastball past the first base side, and the count is at 1-2. The Everett Aqua Sox have had a number of players, because of how close they are to both the Seattle Mariners AAA affiliate, the Tacoma Rainiers, and the Seattle Mariners. They've had a lot of rehabbers and a lot of players that have been sent down to get better that play for the Aqua Sox. The 1-2 pitch is a strike 3 called and a fastball at the knees for strike 3 called. And Perez strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. And Helvey gets his 2nd strikeout. Here is the designated hitter, Connor Hoover, who is 1 for 2 with a single in the 6th inning, a base hit that was misplayed by the right fielder Armani Smith, who thought that was the ball's going to fly right where he was in right field, but he found out he had to go into short right field. And he tried diving for it and was not able to make the play. Got a stolen base to second afterwards. Wind up in the first pitch outside and a ball one for a fastball. Travis Perry throwing 5 innings, using that curveball pretty wisely as well. He left a total of 6 runners on base during his time. 2 in the first, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the third, and 1 in the fifth. 1-0, Helvey the pitch. That is a fly ball foul past the third base line. Count is even at 1-1. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. Clay Helvey trying to shut down the Aqua Sox to try and keep the shutout intact. Just reaching at 9 p.m. here at Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. Game 1 of a 3-game home series. Helvey, 1-1. The windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss and a strike 2. Got him with a little bit of a cutter there on the outside corner. A ball and 2 strikes. 87 miles an hour. And Helvey 1 strike away from ending the inning and striking out the side runner at first base in Patrick Frick, who got on base on a full count walk. A ball and 2 strikes. Helvey, the windup and the 1-2 pitch. That is inside and a ball 2. A nice job by Marcherano in keeping Patrick Frick at first base. The Aqua Sox 2 games under 500 on the road at 15-17. The Volcanoes with a overall record of 21-9 at home. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Helvey getting the sign from Marcherano. Helvey in the stretch. And the windup and the 2-2. That is a curveball that gets outside. Falls under the knees, and Helvey is facing off against another full count. The first 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 8th inning will be Carter Aldretti, Quan Adkins, and Marco Luciano. 3 hitters who didn't come up in the 7th inning. And most likely against a new pitcher for the Aqua Sox as well to finish off the bottom of the 8th inning. Volcanoes lead 5-0 over Everett in the first game of a 3-game series. The payoff pitch, fly ball foul. Past the third base side, he was trying a fastball in the outside corner. And here at Volcano Stadium, it is Edgar Martinez bobblehead night. Earlier this year, he was inducted, or earlier this calendar year, he was inducted into the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, and was inducted not too long ago. The payoff pitch by Helvey, that's a shot. That one getting into the hole in left field. And Connor Hoover has his 2nd hit of the night in his last 2 at-bats. And the Aqua Sox have runners on first and second with 2 outs, bringing up the catcher Carter Binns, who was looking for his first hit of the night. And Clay Helvey trying to get that final out here in the top of the 8th inning. The score right now, the Volcanoes 5 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. While Everett, they have no runs on 4 hits. They have 5 errors. I guess they're going to say that the hit towards Hoover no, the base hit towards Hoover is an error. First pitch is a curveball, goes way inside. Almost hits Binns for a ball 1. And the error will be on Marcherano, the 1-0 pitch. That is a line shot past the first base line, but the count will be even at a ball and a strike. I guess someone made a nice play over on the first base side. The count is even at a ball and a strike. Everett, 3rd place in the Northwest League North Division with an 11-11 record. Tri-City currently leading Hillsboro. Spokane currently leading Eugene. Helvey in the stretch, 1-1. Runners on first and second. Once again, the windup in the 1-1 pitch. That's a strike 2 looking on a fastball in the inside corner. That one at a little under the letters, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. The Volcanoes also have a record of 12-9 in interleague play. The Everett Aqua Sox They are 7 games under 500 in interleague play with a 7-14 record. Helvey ahead of the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Wind up and the pitch. That is a strike 3 called on a changeup right down the middle that will end the top of the 8th inning. Clay Helvey striking out the side. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on once again. Going into the bottom of the 8th inning, Everett bringing in a new pitcher against Aldretti, Atkinson, Luciano. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Miss Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
Extra Mile presents Extra Man.
Sup, Extra Buds?
In today's episode, it was a day like any other.
Seems about right.
Until everything changed.
Wait, what? It did?
The cravings arrived.
Oh, you mean like every day around now, I start craving some tasty snacks?
Exactly. How will he fight off this beast?
Usual way. Run by Extra Mile convenience store Chevron, pick up some jerky, candy, fruit.
Cravings annihilated. Extra Man moves on to the day's next challenge.
Yeah, now I'm thirsty for a water or energy drink. Guess I'll head back to
Extra Mile. Extras every day at select Chevron locations.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This 3rd-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutobody.com. Jackson'sAutobody.com.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes have one more shot, getting some runs on the board, as they currently lead the Everett Aqua Sox by a score of 5-0. The Aqua Sox bringing in a new pitcher in number 16, Garrett Westberg, a Seattle Mariners 2019 draft pick out of the University of Central Florida. Currently is 2-1 with an ERA of 6.50, making his 16th appearance this season. He has allowed 13 earned runs, walked 9, and struck out 20 in 18 innings so far this year for the Aqua Sox, as he'll start off against the number 9 hitter in Carter Aldretti, who is looking for his first hit of the night, a ground out, strikeout, and a flyout. As Westberg will fill in for Kip Rawlings, who is done after 2 innings, allowing a hit, a run, a walk, and a strikeout. Westberg, the first pitch to Aldretti, is a fastball that just gets outside and a ball 1. Aldretti grounded out to the third baseman, Kevin Santa. He struck out swinging in the 4th and flew out to the right fielder, Cade Marlowe, in his last at-bat in the 6th. And the 1-0 pitch, that's a hard hit shot. That one getting into the hole in right field, and Carter Aldretti starting off with a leadoff single, and he gets his first hit of the night here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We now go to the top of the order in Quan Adkins, who has gotten a base hit in his last 2 at-bats, starting off with a double in the 5th, a single in the 6th, and also got his 25th run of the season for the Volcanoes in the process as well. We go back to the top of the order for the 5th time around here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Garrett Westberg getting the sign from Carter Binns, runner at first base, and Aldretti wind up in the first pitch. That is a strike 1 looking on a fastball that just gets to the bottom outside corner of the strike zone to the left-handed hitter Adkins. Garrett Westberg, one of the many pitchers for the Aqua Sox that were drafted in the 2019 draft, thrown to first not in time. There's also a couple of guys in the Aqua Sox rosters that don't even have jersey numbers yet. But I've been told that at some point, either during this series or in the next series, that the Aqua Sox are in, they will get a jersey number. The count at 0-1. Westberg the pitch out. It's a check swing. That is a fastball above the letters. A check swing by Adkins, and the count is even at a ball and a strike. There are 10 pitchers on the Aqua Sox roster that have been drafted in the 2019 draft. The ball and a strike. Westberg the pitch. That is low and a ball 2. The Everett Aqua Sox had a shot at the beginning of the second half of the year that they might win the second half Northwest League North Division title, but as the games went on, it looked like those chances were dwindling away, and that's one reason right there. All the pitchers were drafted this year. The 2-1 pitch is a ball 3 on a fastball that goes low and in on a 3-1 count. And even though the Volcanoes have never really seen the scenario in person themselves, their opponents have. The Everett Aqua Sox having a lot of pitchers who are drafted in the 2019 draft. They can't really use them that much because they're all on a pitch count. The 3-1 pitch, that's a hard hit shot to right field. Back goes Marlowe. Marlowe, he is under it right near the line. He's going to make a catch for out number 1. Out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here is the shortstop Marco Luciano, who is 1 for 4 with a RBI single in the 5th inning and a run. The 17-year-old prospect from the Dominican Republic, the highest-rated Giants prospect in this level. The other two, Helio Ramos and Joey Bart, currently playing for Richmond. First pitch is a swing and a miss on a strike 1 right down the middle. And an RBI single in the 5th, scored on an RBI single and error by Alex Canario. No balls, 1 strike. Garrett Westberg in the stretch, windup, and the 0-1 pitch. That is a strike 2 looking. That one on a little bit of a fastball that just gets outside, but is at the letters 0-2. And Westberg looking for a second out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Throw to first is not in time to the first baseman, Robert Perez. The Volcanoes now with their 10th hit of the night. 5 runs, 10 hits, and they have 1 error. That was on the missed pop-up by Martirano. When the 0-2 pitch is a ball 1 on a curveball. A nice spot by Westberg, but the home plate umpire, Kyle Stutz, not giving that call to him. That one just above the knees and a curveball outside, and the count is at a ball and 2 strikes. Runner at first base, and Carter Aldretti, who had a leadoff single, the 1-2 pitch. That's a slow roller. That is fielded by Westberg, who throws to first, and it will not get him. Robert Perez, he got off the bag trying to field the ball. It'll be an infield single for Luciano. They're either going to call that an infield single or they're going to give the Aqua Sox their 6th error of the night. And I believe, yes, they are. They are going to give the Everett Aqua Sox their 6th error of the night. It'll be an E1 towards Garrett Westberg, the 6th different position that has gotten an error. There is an error by the left fielder, an error by the second baseman, or my mistake, 2 errors by the left fielder, one by the third baseman, 1 by the pitcher, and 1 by the second baseman. So there's 5 different positions that have made errors. And the first pitch is a ground ball to the hole in left field. Riding around the third and staying there is Aldretti, and the Volcanoes have the bases loaded with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. A first pitch single for Alex Canario, who is now 2 for 4 on the night. Aldretti is at third base. Luciano is at second. Alex Canario is at first. And we now go to the cleanup hitter in Brandon Martirano, who is 2 for 2, basically with a double, a run, a single, a sacrifice fly, and a walk. A timeout by the Aqua Sox. Carter Binns going up to talk to Westberg, and Lewis Boyd, it feels like in every game that he has managed since the got the job for the second half of the season. He's always been in a very sticky situation when it comes to pitching because, like I said earlier, the Everett Aqua Sox have 10 pitchers that were drafted in this past June and are eventually on the Aqua Sox roster. And when you have pitchers that were drafted this year, that means you have them on pitch counts. And Garrett Westberg, one of them as well. The first pitch to Brandon Martirano is a swing and a miss and a strike one. Bases loaded. Martirano has hit a grand slam earlier this year, and it was here at Volcano Stadium against the Hillsboro Hops. So the Volcanoes have a shot here to get some more runs on the board. Westberg in the stretch, no balls, one strike, bases are loaded. Wind up and the 0-1, that is a curveball that just gets above the strike zone, up and in, and the count is even at a ball and a strike. There's also a chance as well that Clay Helvey may go back on the mound to finish off this game. But it looks like his save opportunity may be dwindling if the Volcanoes get some runs on the board here. The 1-1 pitch is a curveball. Just gets a little outside, just a little bit, goes under the knees, and it's a strike two called. The Volcanoes getting their 11th hit on a one-out single by Canario on the first pitch he saw, as the entire Volcanoes offense has just been absolutely staggering here tonight. 11 hits total. A ball and two strikes. Westberg, the 1-2 pitch. That's a shot into the hole in left field. That's right near the line. One run's going to score. Here comes Luciano. He's grounding around third to score. And Brandon Martirano is now 3-for-3 with 3 RBIs. Carter Aldretti scoring. Marco Luciano scoring. And Alex Canario staying at second base. And the Volcanoes increasing their lead now to 7-0 over the Everett Aqua Sox here in the bottom of the 8th. And we now go to the right fielder, Armani Smith, who is 1 for 4. Still one out here in the 8th inning. Lewis Boyd, he doesn't want to risk any other pitchers coming up onto the mound. He's going to let Westberg try to finish this off. First pitch to Armani Smith is a curveball right down the middle for a strike one looking. So Brandon Martirano with a 2-run single. Westberg, the 0-1 pitch. That's a curveball. That one getting into the gap in right center. And it'll be bases loaded. No, riding around third. Here is Canario. The throw to the plate will be cut off. As Canario got a late jump from second, but Armani Smith will get an RBI single. And Canario now has 3 runs. Martirano is now at third base. And the score is now Volcanoes 8. And the Aqua Sox nothing. Armani Smith getting a hold of a curveball there after facing one on the first pitch he saw. That was the curveball that he hit was a little bit faster at 78 miles an hour. That brings up our next batter in Yorlis Rodriguez. Still 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Garrett Westberg trying to finish off the inning while the Volcanoes now have a legitimate chance to go double digits. First pitch is a chopper down the third base side and foul. Rodriguez 1 for 2, grounded out and got a single in the 5th, but got out in a 5-4-3 double play. One of the shining moments that the Aqua Sox have is that they have committed 3 double plays against the Volcanoes tonight. You double that number, that's how many errors they have, and that is 6 errors on the night in the first game of this 3-game series. Westberg, the 0-1 pitch, that is a foul ball and a check swing and a curveball. It looked like it was foul. The home plate umpire, Kyle Stutz, saying that the ball made contact and hit foul territory, so it's an 0-2 count. Rodriguez looking to extend the inning here, as the Volcanoes have scored 3 runs here in the bottom of the 8th. Martirano at third, Armani Smith at first. Westberg ahead of the count, looking for a second out. The 0-2 pitch. That is a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. The home plate umpire was pointing, and they're saying, yeah, he went. As Smith will go to second base. On the pass ball, Westberg getting his first strikeout on the night. And the Volcanoes now with runners on second and third. Armani Smith will go to second. And Harrison Freed has a chance to knock in a couple of runners. And the Volcanoes now have a legitimate chance to go double digits here. You got an RBI fielder's choices last time up. He has 1 for 2. Or my mistake, he's 0 for 2 with an RBI. Getting into a double play and getting a fielder's choice. Westberg getting the sign from Carter Binns, the starting catcher. First pitch is outside on a ball 1. At the knees, but it's way outside. Martirano is at third base. He had a 2-run single earlier in this inning. Armani Smith with an RBI single shortly after that, and he's at second. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes looking to try and get some more runs on the board before they'll be done for the night offensively. 1-0 the pitch. That is a foul ball straight back in the netting. And the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. That was a beeline straight to the press box right there. I've said this a million times. If there was no netting, it would have been ugly. And I say true to that statement. Every time I say it, I say true to that statement. A ball and a strike. Garrett Westberg getting the sign from Carter Binns. Runner on second and third. The Volcanoes lead now 8-0 over the Everett Aqua Sox. The 1-1 pitch, that is outside, and a fastball under the knees. 2 balls, 1 strike. The Volcanoes looking to snap a 6-game losing streak, and they lead Everett by 8 runs. They have a pretty good chance of doing exactly that, to snap that 6-game losing streak. Get their 10th win in second half play, and their 36th win overall, while Hillsborough at the moment is trailing over Tri-City. 2 balls and 1 strike. That is a ball 3. That one, another fastball under the knees, but gets a little outside. It's more inside than the last pitch, but the count now 3 balls and a strike. Other scores from around the Northwest League. Tri-City leading Hillsborough 2-0 going into the bottom of the 8th. Game is still tied at 2 between Boise and Vancouver going into the top of the 8th. And Boise has runners on first and second. And going to the bottom of the 8th inning, Spokane leads by 7. The 3-1 pitch is a changeup that loses control a little bit, goes up and outside, and this base is loaded now as the Volcanoes bring up their 9th hitter of this inning. And we now go to the mound. The Aqua Sox pitching coach, Ari Ronick, walking up to talk to Garrett Westberg and the catcher, Carter Binns. And this is where Lewis Boyd decides to say, yeah, that there needs to be someone in the bullpen. And that is exactly what's happening here. It looks like it'll be Fred Villarreal with jersey number 1 who is in the bullpen. The 21-year-old from Brownsville, Texas. And yet another 2019 draft choice. He was drafted out of the University of Houston. Well, Westberg was drafted out of the University of Central Florida. Villarreal in the 25th round, and Westberg in the 26th round, back in the 2019 draft. Westberg against the 9th batter in the inning, and Baker Mendoza. First pitch is outside for a ball 1. That goes down and low. The Aqua Sox, at one point, they had the same number of hits and errors. Now they just have more errors than hits again. They have 6 errors and 5 hits. 1 ball and no strikes. Westberg, the pitch. That is a fly ball. That one going into left field. Back goes Joseph. Luis Joseph is at the warning track. He's trying to find the ball, and he'll make the catch. It had a very long hang time, but it'll end the inning as we got 3 runs. 2 of them are earned on 4 hits, 1 error, and 3 runners are left on. 3 more runs will score, and the score is now Salem Keizer 8, Eugene 0. I believe Clay Helvey is going to go back on the mound to try and finish off this game, and he will. It'll be Joseph, Perez, and Jones. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Hi, I'm Jaden. My husband Chris and I own Synergize Auto here in Dallas, Oregon. We always have a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and power sports, and you'll be working directly with us always. We are a non-pressuring, easy to work with, and family-owned company. We offer financing options, take trade-ins, and do consignments. See our inventory at synergizeauto.com. That's SYNERGIZE auto.com. Find us on Google to see what customers are saying. We're all about service and being a dealership you can trust.
$2 Tuesday is the perfect time to visit North Block Coffee at 640 Commercial Northeast. All 12-ounce drinks are just $2 all day long on Tuesday. Cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, blended coffees, cold brews, Italian sodas, hot chocolate smoothies, and all kinds of iced teas are just $2 on $2 Tuesdays at North Block Coffee on Commercial Northeast. When you pull in, you'll get a smile and have your drink made perfect. See North Block Coffee on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Sergeant Mike, and I want to tell you about my friends at Larry's Locksmith. I'm sure you all have entry locks right now that need replacing or need to be rekeyed. Perhaps you've put it off because you didn't know who to call or someone that you could trust. Larry's Locksmith service has earned the trust of thousands of Mid-Valley customers. Rapid response for lockouts of buildings, vehicles, or safes. Almost any kind of lock can be replaced or rekeyed by Larry's Locksmith service. Check them out at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com.
Your home of the Salem Keizer volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the ninth inning. The Volcanoes have scored 3 more runs. In the bottom of the 8th inning, they lead the Everett Aqua Sox by a score of 8-0. The Aqua Sox, no runs on 5 hits. They have 6 errors. Well, the Volcanoes have 8 runs on 13 hits and no errors. Clay Helvey back on the mound, looking to throw his 2nd inning of the night and his final inning of the night as they'll face off against the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in Luis Joseph, Miguel Perez, and Utah Jones. As the Volcanoes pitching has been the story, while the Volcanoes offense were putting runs on the board, it has been the pitching trio of Travis Perry, Jorge Labrador, and Clay Helvey that has been shutting down the Aqua Sox here in the first game of this 3-game home series. Making this a final score of 8-0. Helvey, he has thrown 24 pitches in only 1 inning against 5 batters. He struck out the side, allowing a couple of hits. Here on Edgar Martinez bobblehead night, where the Salem Keizer Volcanoes are celebrating a Pacific Northwest sports legend, Edgar Martinez, who has played in 18 seasons with the Seattle Mariners from 1987 to 2004, 2,247 hits, 309 home runs, 1,261 RBIs, a 5-time Silver Slugger, and won the batting title twice during the Mariners' heyday in the 90s. And going back here, Clay Helvey, looking to give the Volcanoes their 36th win of the season. And will look to snap a 6-game losing streak. Clay Helvey will face off against the 8-hitter Luis Joseph, who has grounded out once, popped out once, and flew out once. Helvey, the first pitch. That is a strike one looking right down the middle on a fastball at 91, a little above the knees there. Helvey struck out the side in the last inning. The 0-1 pitch, that is a ball 1 on a fastball in the dirt, low and out. Is Joseph Perez and Utah Jones. Miguel Perez and Utah Jones. The 1-1, that is a check swing. And they're saying that Joseph did not go. That was on a fastball that went straight down to the dirt and rolled away from the catcher Marcherato towards the on-deck hitter for Everett, which is Miguel Perez. And the score is at 2 balls and a strike. Helvey, the step back and the windup, the 2-1 pitch. That is inside. That is a check swing, but did he go? He did not. That was a fastball inside, and Joseph had to step back a number of steps just to avoid getting hit, and the count is now 3-1. Helvey behind on the count on the first batter in the top of the 9th. 3 balls, 1 strike. The first pitch, the 3-1 pitch, and as a foul chopper towards the Aqua Sox dugout along the third base side, the count is now full. Clay Helvey, his save opportunity may be gone, but his chances of keep giving the chances of making this a Volcanoes victory has not. The payoff pitch, oh my goodness, that is inside for a ball 4. That did not even hit the catcher's glove. That just went straight to the backstop. Clay Helvey completely lost control of that fastball. As not even Martirado was able to field it. And the Aqua Sox will have a leadoff base runner on a full count walk from Clay Helvey to Luis Joseph. And we now go to the number 9 hitter in Miguel Perez, the center fielder, who is 0 for 3. He struck out in his last couple of times at bat. The Indians 3 outs away from beating Eugene. Tri-City in the bottom of the 8th inning, leading Hillsborough 2-0. And the game between Boise and Vancouver going into the bottom of the 8th inning. That game is still tied at 2. Helvey, the windup and the first pitch, a fly ball foul past the first base side. The Aqua Sox have had 5 hits, 1 hit for 5 innings. They've had 1 in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and they had a base hit in the 8th inning. And they could not add on to it afterwards. Helvey, the count at 0-1. Martirado moving a little bit inside. And the windup and the 0-1 pitch, and that pitch will go exactly inside. A fastball at 91 miles an hour, inside and down for a strike 2 looking. And the count at 0-2. Luis Joseph at first base. He got on base on a full count walk just now. And Helvey, the windup and the 0-2 pitch. That is a swing and a miss. That ball getting away from Martirado, and the throw to second to try and get the runner in Joseph is not in time. As Martirado knew that he swung cleanly, which means he didn't have to throw to first, but he threw to second. And to try and get Luis Joseph, and he wasn't able to. It is a strikeout to Miguel Perez. The Aqua Sox have their first runner in second base this inning. Their first runner in scoring position this inning. They have left 5 runners in second base overall. Helvey against Utah Jones, the leadoff hitter. First pitch. That is a strike 1 looking. That's a fastball down and a little out. Jones is 0 for 3. Got hit by a pitch in the 7th inning and got out in a fielder's choice. And the Aqua Sox order going up for the 5th time around. Helvey looking over at second base, then back at home. The glove to the waist, 0-1. That is a ball 1 on a fastball. Martirado having to move towards the other hitter's box to stabilize himself. Bottom of the 8th inning now. Hillsborough has runners on first and second base with nobody out after Tristan English got hit by a pitch as Dom DiSabatino, who is the new pitcher. The 1-1 pitch, that is a ball 2. That is a fastball that goes in the dirt, low and out. The Everett Aqua Sox pulling off the rare feat of committing more errors than getting hits. They have 6 errors and 5 hits, and the Volcanoes are trying to keep it that way as they have 1 out here in the top of the 9th. 2 balls and 1 strike. Helvey in the stretch. Wind up and the 2-1. That is a ground ball fielded by the second baseman Aldretti. Throws the first. It is in time. Luis Joseph will be going to third. And it gets him for the 2nd out in the top of the 9th. That is the first time all night that an Aqua Sox player has moved to third base. Pitching for the Volcanoes has been absolutely dominant here in tonight's game. The first game of a 3-game series. A huge crowd coming up. 2,505 people on Edgar Martinez Hall of Fame bobblehead night. And these fans are here to see the Volcanoes beat the Aqua Sox here in the first game of a 3-game series. And these lucky fans listening right now are listening to it all unfold. First pitch is an outside fastball for a strike 1 looking. Clay Helvey against the third baseman Kevin Santa, who is 2 for 3. He is still the only Aqua Sox player, or one of 2 now, who has multiple base hits, the other being Connor Hoover. The 0-1 pitch, that's a high chopper. Fielded by the shortstop Luciano. Throws to first, and he'll get him in time. And the Volcanoes complete the shutout. A nice play by Marco Luciano. No runs on no hits, no errors. And a runner left on the final score. Salem Keizer 8, Everett 0 here in the first game of a 3-game home series. Right now, what we have here, Everett, no runs. They have 5 hits. They have committed 6 errors, and they have left 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 runners left on. Well, for the Volcanoes, 8 runs on 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm seeing 12 hits total. Let's go. I believe is going up to 13. 13 hits, 1 error. They have left 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 runners left on. We're going to have more information about this after the break. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Pelvic floor physical therapists are trained to evaluate and treat many kinds of pelvic dysfunctions in men, women, and children. Treating the pelvic floor muscles may help you regain control over acute or chronic symptoms such as pelvic pain or incontinence. Our pelvic therapy services are offered at our West Salem, South Salem, and Pediatrics and Adolescents clinic locations. Learn more from PT Northwest today at ptnorthwest.com. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Oh, the secret life of moms. In summer, it centers on finding fun ways to keep the kids happy. Like the Oregon State Fair. Sure, take them. But don't be surprised if you end up finding your own fun. At the fair, I mean.
All new at the Oregon State Fair, Sea Lion Encounters, a marine education extravaganza starring rescued sea lions. All 11 days of the fair and free with admission. Sea Lion Encounters for a major splash of entertainment.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes have just snapped a 6-game losing streak by beating the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 8-0. Here is what we have so far in terms of the final stats. Everett, no runs, 5 hits, 6 errors, and 11 runners left on. The Volcanoes have 8 runs on 13 hits, 1 error, and they left 12 runners on. The winning pitcher is Travis Perry at 4-2. The losing pitcher is Damon Cassetta Stubbs, who is 3-2. This game lasted 2 hours and 56 minutes long and had an attendance of 2,505 people. The Volcanoes going up to 36-25 with a second half record of 10-13. The Everett Aqua Sox going down to 29-32 with a second half record of 11-12. As Salem Keizer, we're waiting to see if we're going to be tied for third place after this day is done. But we're going to take one more break to start off Volcanoes postgame. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
That's not all. When a Boone Ridge senior community resident is telling a friend about all the wonderful amenities at Boone Ridge, it's because the list is endless. Things like open restaurant-style dining with made-to-order meals. How about a bistro and wine bar? A full schedule of planned events and activities. You will truly experience extraordinary at Boone Ridge Senior Community in South Salem. For more information, go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and schedule a tour at Boone Ridge. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head. One of the wonderful features of our store is our fossil collection. We have everything from the armored sea worm, Orthoceras, from 500 million years ago, to the ammonite, to modern fossils, and one unique item we have is the Spinosaurus teeth that we'll have more later in the year. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
The game may be over, but we're not done yet. It's the post-game wrap-up, presented by Chevron Extra Mile. Now, here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes have snapped their 6-game losing streak here today by shutting out the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 8-0. The final stat line from both teams: Everett, no runs on 5 hits. They committed 6 errors. They had more errors than hits tonight, and they left 11 runners on. While the Salem Keizer Volcanoes, 8 runs on 13 hits, 1 error. They left 12 runners on base. The winning pitcher today is Travis Perry with a record of 4-2. The losing pitcher is Damon Cassetta Stubbs, who has a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. And the Volcanoes going up to an overall record now of 36-25, and a second-half record of 10-13, while Everett goes down to a record of 29-32. They have a second-half record of 11 wins and 12 losses. A quick recap of what happened here tonight. It started off pretty quick. In the first 4 innings, it was just a 1-0 Volcanoes game, with the only run coming in on an RBI single by Baker Mendoza. It scored Brandon Martirano and gave the Volcanoes a 1-0 lead. Excuse me. In the bottom of the 5th inning, the Volcanoes would explode with 3 runs. First on an RBI single by Marco Luciano that scored Quan Adkins from second base. Then Alex Canario with a single and an error that scored Luciano. And finally a sacrifice fly by Brandon Martirano going to right field, and Cade Marlowe, which scored Canario from third and made it a 4-0 game. In the bottom of the 7th inning, after Alex Canario got hit by a pitch, an RBI fielder's choice by Harrison Freed made the score now 5-0. But in the bottom of the 8th, the Volcanoes put a bunch of more nails in the coffin, just for effort, just for good measure, just for good measure. As Brandon Martirano hit a 2-run single that scored Carter Aldretti and Marco Luciano, and an RBI single by Armani Smith scored Canario and made the final score Volcanoes 8, Everett nothing. But the biggest story so far tonight has been the pitching. The Aqua Sox left 11 runners on base and had 5 hits. Travis Perry getting his 4th win of the season, his first win in a while. 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs, walked 3, and struck out 2. He is 4-2 overall now this year. Has 4 wins and 2 losses. Jorge Labrador, a really good job in relief. 2 innings, a hit, no runs, no walks, and struck out 3. And Clay Helvey got a pretty decent job keeping any runners from scoring. 2 innings on 1 hit, no runs, walked 2, and struck out 4. 5 walks, 5 hits, and a hit by a pitch brought 11 runners on base. All of them stayed on base. While the Volcanoes had more runners on base, they were more active on offense as well. As this game was especially led, Alex Canario was the one guy that stood out to me because he got on base very quickly in a number of his at-bats. He got contact on pitches that he saw very quickly. He went 2 for 4 with a couple of runs and an RBI. Quan Adkins, especially late in the game, did an amazing job, went 2 for 4 with a double and a run. Marco Luciano going 1 for 4 with an RBI single and a couple of runs towards himself. Brandon Martirano finished today with a batting average of, he entered today with a batting average of 250, but is definitely going up now because he is 3 for 3 on the night. He got hit by a pitch. He got a walk and a sacrifice fly. He didn't get hit by a pitch. He got a sacrifice fly. He was walked and then got a 2-run single in the 8th inning. Armani Smith, 2 for 5 with an RBI and a couple of singles. I can go through this entire lineup. The offense as a whole did a really good job in containing the Aqua Sox, overwhelming their pitching and especially overwhelming their defense as well. I mean, Everett had 6 errors committed by 5 different positions, 2 of them by the left fielder Luis Joseph. And this is how the Aqua Sox snapped their 6-game losing streak. They're going to play the second game of a 3-game series here. It's going to be an early game. I believe it is a 5:05 start time here at Volcano Stadium. It'll be Jorge Benitez for Everett against Jacier Herrera for the Volcanoes. Herrera trying to get his second win of the year. After he pitched against the Eugene Emeralds and got his only loss. He threw 6 innings, allowing 4 hits, 4 runs. He struck out 4 against Eugene, but unfortunately got the loss in that game. It is going to be a 5:05 start time between the Aqua Sox and the Volcanoes tomorrow, and then back on Monday, which is Kids Night. We have the second Latino night. We're going to go back to a normal 6:35 p.m. start time. We're going to take a break here from Volcano Stadium. The final score here, Volcanoes 8, Everett nothing. You are listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Built as user-friendly as it is budget-friendly, the Kubota Z100 zero-turn mower can maneuver any landscape and cut a lawn worth admiring. With smooth controls and a cut that's adjustable right from the seat, this machine makes mowing way more comfortable, all while delivering professional-grade results. Find yours at your local dealer. Kubota. Shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
John, the owner of John's Decks and Fences, will be on your deck or fencing job every day, making sure that every detail is correct. If you're thinking about a deck or fencing project, talk it over with John. He'll be able to help your dream come true. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so that means big savings for you. Many Mid-Valley people are glad they chose John's Decks and Fences for their project. With all the options available, it's good to have an expert in your corner. Contact John at 855-946-5393, CCB number 219310.
If you or someone you know is a veteran or currently serving in the military, then listen up. The Mid-Willamette Veteran Stand-Down is happening Tuesday, September 3rd at Chemeketa Community College from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is a great opportunity for veterans and those currently serving to learn more about their VA benefits and other programs serving our heroes in the Mid-Willamette Valley. There will be medical and dental services, a resume workshop with job fair, on-site legal support, classes to help you balance your budget, as well as listening session hosted by the VA Portland Healthcare System on the new VA Mission Act program. You don't want to miss this year's Veteran Stand-Down. For more information about the stand-down, or if you want to volunteer, call the Salem Vet Center at 503-362-9911 and ask for Rosie. That's 503-362-9911.
Batteries Northwest and their Mid-Valley dealers remind you that summer is tough on car and truck batteries. The extra heat, stop-and-go traffic, and the air conditioner are all factors in causing wear. If your battery is starting to crank a little slower, it's time for a new battery, and you should have your connections checked too. You don't want to be at the beach or in the mountains and lose battery power. Contact Batteries Northwest at 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you, or online at batteriesnorthwest.com. That's batteriesnorthwest.com.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem Keizer Volcanoes have snapped a 6-game losing streak by beating the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 8-0. The Aqua Sox then also committed another rare feat against the Volcanoes. First, it was the 4 straight home runs that they allowed against the Volcanoes. Then it was the 6-run comeback during that last series. Now, in a very weird set of circumstances, Everett had committed more errors than hits. They had 5 hits. They had committed 6 errors overall as the Volcanoes won by a final score of 8-0. The Volcanoes going up to 10-13 in second half play, while the Everett Aqua Sox are going down to a second half record of 11-12. We did have a final score during this break, and that was the game between, I believe it was, Eugene and Spokane. The final score there, Spokane beating Eugene by a score of 8-1. So as of right now, Hillsboro is a half a game ahead, but they're trailing Tri-City by a score of 2-0. They had runners on first and second with nobody out. Hillsboro did, but Tri-City was able to get out of that jam, and they currently lead by a score of 2-0. The first thing I want to look at is the other final score. What happened over at Avista Stadium? Well, we'll start off in the bottom of the fourth inning where Spokane scored all of their runs in that inning. Starts off with an RBI double by Scott Capers, makes it 1-0 Indians. Jake Hoover getting on base on a fielder's choice increases it to 2-0. Derwin Barreto with a sacrifice fly that makes it 3-0 Indians. And with the bases loaded, David Garcia was walked. Luis Asuncion getting on base on an error by the center fielder Fernando Kelly, which scores 3 runs and makes it 7-0. And finally, Jonah McReynolds, it's an RBI single. It makes the score 8-0. Luis Asuncion came up to the plate twice in the inning and scored both times in that inning. Fast forward to the top of the 7th inning where Eugene scored their only run on an RBI single by Luis Vasquez. The final score, Spokane 8, Eugene 1. Spokane 8 runs on 8 hits. They had 1 error. While Eugene, they had 1 run on 7 hits. They had 2 errors, one of them pretty costly, that allowed 3 runs to score for the Indians. The winning pitcher today is Jeffrey Nunez, who is undefeated at 4-0. The losing pitcher is Didier Vargas, who is at 1-3. Eugene with a record of 29-32, and Spokane now with the same overall record as Salem Keizer with a record of 36-25. And now let's take a look at the 2 games that are still going on at this moment. The first one is the one that's actually very interesting at the moment because it is tied right now, and that is the game between the Boise Hawks and the Vancouver Canadians. In the bottom of the 4th, Will Robertson, it's an RBI double that makes it 1-0 Vancouver, and they would increase it to 2-0 on another RBI double, this one by Adrian Ramos. This was his first double of the year. It makes it 2-0 Canadians. But in the top of the 6th inning, Boise would tie it up on an RBI double by Yorvis Torrealba and an RBI double by Trey Jacobs. Everyone's just hitting doubles right now. That game is currently in the top of the 9th inning. Boise, 2 runs, 4 hits, and an error. Vancouver, 2 runs, 5 hits, and an error. A battle of, right now, 2 last-place teams in the Northwest League. And finally, the Tri-City Dust Devils against the Hillsboro Hops. That game currently going on in the top of the 9th inning. Tri-City is threatening with a couple of runners on base, 2nd and 3rd. They got a couple of runs on the board, first in the top of the 4th on a solo home run by Jack Stronach, and then in the top of the 6th, Matthew Acosta with a solo home run, his first home run of the year. As Tri-City, they play away from the home run graveyard that is Giza Stadium. They go out to another ballpark, to Ron Tonkin Field, where home runs are hit pretty frequently, and they just go yard. Tri-City leads Hillsboro by a score of 2-0. The Dust Devils 2 runs on 7 hits and an error. Hillsboro currently no runs, 4 hits, and no errors. And we just found out that game is going into the bottom of the 9th inning. So if Hillsboro loses and Boise loses, then Salem Keizer would be the only Northwest League South team to come out of today with a win. But we only really have to wait until we find out, until possibly tomorrow. But we're going to take one more break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. You're listening to 1430 KOIKN. Salem is listening.
At Selden Learning Centers, there's an entire team ready to help students succeed. Here's what families are saying about Sylvan.
Madison was having difficulties with her math, so we put her in Sylvan, and by the time she started 6th grade, she was only a few months behind.
The instructor helped me improve on my reading and comprehension. My skills are a whole lot better thanks to her.
Does your child or grandchild need a head start going back to school? This is Kim Dorn, and Sylvan can get them headed in the right direction. Call 503-363-2996 today.
Guess what? Your Salem Keizer Volcanoes are in the playoffs September 5th through the 8th for the first time in many years, and you can get yourself great seats before they go on sale to the general public. Packages beginning at only $40 and premium packages starting at only $88, including a free ticket to Opening Day 2020 and an Edgar Martinez bobblehead doll. This year's playoffs are sponsored by Salem Keizer McDonald's. Get your seats at volcanosbaseball.com or by calling 503-390-2225. Discover the wonder all over again.
We at Shiloh Inns are proud to be celebrating more than 44 years of providing you, our loyal customers, with Shiloh's sincere friendliness, efficient customer service, and clean, comfortable, attractive, non-smoking rooms and suites, all at an affordable price. Hello, I'm Mark Hemstreet, owner of Shiloh Inns. Our customers love our many free amenities like free Wi-Fi and free continental breakfast or hot, full, delicious breakfast at most Shiloh Inns, as well as our spas, steam, sauna rooms, exercise fitness facilities, and business centers. And at Shiloh Inns, even the kids stay free. And for you dog lovers, Shiloh is very dog friendly. If you ask your best friend where they want to stay, we think you'll get a paws up for Shiloh Inns. For reservations, call 800-222-2244 or visit our website at shilohinns.com. Shiloh Inns, affordable excellence. American family owned and proud of it.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center located in Keizer or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
Hey Volcano fans, Tom Marks from Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Real Estate Professionals. Buying a house can be like baseball. First base is getting a pre-approval from a lender so you'll know how much home you can buy. Arriving at second is like finding a property you write an offer on. Third base, you've had your home inspection and negotiated repairs. Now heading home, literally your new home. Just like scoring a run in the game, you'll be elated. If you need help negotiating the basis of home buying, give me a call, 503-881-9230.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Volcanoes have snapped their 6-game losing streak by beating the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 8-0. An absolute dominating win for the Volcanoes, both on the mound and at the plate. And the Volcanoes, once again, they win. They snap the 6-game losing streak to get their 36th win of the year. They have a second-half record of 10-13. And as usual, with the normal last segment, we go through the tradition of talking about the games that happen at around Major League Baseball, starting with the games that are done. I do not believe there are any games that are final, and it does not look like that is the case at all. We talk about our first game, the New York Yankees beating the Cleveland Indians by a final score of 6-5. Gleyber Torres hit 2 home runs, bring him up to 29 on the season. DJ LeMahieu with his 20th, and Didi Gregorius with his 11th. James Paxton getting his 9th win of the season. But there was also a huge incident that happened around the 6th inning in which the Yankees had their manager Aaron Boone ejected. CeCe Sabathia, who was on the injured list, ejected, and Brett Gardner, who was ejected after he has done the now infamous slamming his bat on the top of the dugout, which he has done a number of times now this season. And from looking at the footage, that is the reason why he got ejected, was that he hit his bat on top of the dugout. And it started to become common knowledge across social media, and now apparently umpires are finding out about it, that there is a no-tolerance policy apparently for that. But the Yankees would win by a score of 6-5. The Chicago Cubs shutting out the Pittsburgh Pirates by a score of 2-0. John Lester getting his 10th win of the year, and Chris Bryant getting his 25th home run, a solo shot late in the game. The Seattle Mariners beating the Toronto Blue Jays by a score of 4-3. Kyle Seager hitting his 15th home run in the top of the 8th inning to break a 3-3 tie, as the Mariners will get their 51st win of the season. Bo Bichette getting his 5th home run, and Reese McGuire, a local kid from Washington State, getting his 3rd home run of the season as well. The Oakland A's beating the Houston Astros by a final score of 8-4. One of the hottest rookies in Major League Baseball right now, Yordan Alvarez, hits 2 home runs on the night. It makes it 19 home runs on the year, but Mark Canha will hit a 2-run single to right field late in the bottom of the 5th. That would give the A's the lead. That would keep that lead by a score of 8-4. Now we go on to Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay. 13 innings. That is how long it took for the Tampa Bay Rays to walk off against the Detroit Tigers by a final score of 1-0. And the Rays getting their 72nd win of the year, while the Detroit Tigers get their 83rd loss of the season, as the walk-off single was hit by pinch hitter Michael Brosseau, as the Rays got their 72nd win of the year. The Cincinnati Reds beating the St. Louis Cardinals by a score of 6-1. Matt Carpenter hitting his 11th home run. But Aristides Aquino in 17 games now has 11 home runs on the year. That has so far been the top story in Major League Baseball. The Reds getting a 6-1 win over the Cardinals. And you thought the 13-inning game was long. This one lasted 14 innings, the game between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Washington Nationals. The game ended with a final score of 15-14, a total of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 home runs were hit in this game. This was an absolute slugfest. Eric Thames hit a go-ahead home run in the top of the 14th that gave the Brewers a 15-13 lead, and easily one of the most exciting games of the entire season, let alone today. The San Diego Padres beating the Philadelphia Phillies by a score of 5-3, and the Padres getting their 57th win. Dinelson Lamet getting his second win of the season, a quality start. The Boston Red Sox shutting out the Baltimore Orioles 4-0, where Eduardo Rodriguez got his 14th win. The Orioles had their 84th loss on the year. The New York Mets beating the Kansas City Royals by a score of 4-1. Jacob deGrom getting his 8th win of the year. The Atlanta Braves beating the LA Dodgers by a score of 4-3. Cody Bellinger made a nice play, but that was not enough. The Braves still won. The Minnesota Twins beating the Texas Rangers by a score of 12-7 in a game in which the Twins had 6 runs in the first inning, 2 in the second, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 8th, and 2 in the 9th. That is all. That's how all their runs scored. The San Francisco Giants, the Major League affiliate of the Salem Keizer Volcanoes, beating the Diamondbacks 11-6 after Brandon Belt had a 6 RBI game and hit his 14th home run. The Colorado Rockies beating the Miami Marlins by a score of 11-4 in a game that had 7 home runs hit, and 5 of them were hit by the Rockies because they won by 7. And finally, the LA Angels, they beat the Chicago White Sox by a final score of 6-5. The Angels, they were trailing by a score of 5-2 before they scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning to win by a final score of 6-5. They get their 61st win of the season, and the Angels leave that game pretty happy. And now going back here onto Volcano Stadium one more time, the final score, the Everett Aqua Sox, no runs, 5 hits. They committed 6 errors and had 11 runners left on. While the Volcanoes had 8 runs on 13 hits, 1 error, they left 12 runners on. Travis Perry getting his 4th win of the season at 4-2. The losing pitcher is Damon Cassetta Stubbs getting his 2nd loss at 3-2. The Everett Aqua Sox down to 29-32 with an 11-12 second half record, while the Volcanoes have an overall record of 36-25 with a second half record of 10-13. And this is also the first game, the first managerial win for acting Volcanoes manager Nestor Rojas after Mark Hallberg had to leave to continue his duties as a PE teacher over in Dubai. In a game that had 2,505 people. From Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon, this is Payne Patchett signing off, saying good night, everybody. You've been listening to 2 hours and 56 minutes of Salem Keizer Volcano Baseball on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Hi, I'm Danny Moore, General Manager here at Creekside Golf Club located in South Salem. Summer is in the air. Golf season is underway. Whether you play a lot of golf or a little golf, we have a membership for everybody. And the golfer in the family plays the golf, and the rest of the family gets to use all of our amenities, which are several. Starting with our swimming pool, our state-of-the-art workout facility, our great driving range with free range balls, which features a performance center for club repair and club fitting. And new, we have 2 pickleball courts, a basketball area, and under construction is a bocce ball court. So as you can see, there's a lot for the whole family. And Danny's On the Green restaurant features great food, great service, and great views of the golf course. So as you can see, we have a lot to offer here at Creekside Golf Club. I'd love to have you come on out and let me show you around, or visit our website at golfcreekside.com. Come on out and see me.
Thanks for joining us for Salem Keizer Volcanoes Baseball. Presented by Power Kia, Legacy Health, McDonald's, Les Schwab Tires, PT Northwest, Chevron Extra Mile, by Mart, Fitzpatrick Painting, and Green Acres Landscape. We now join our regular programming in progress on 1430 KYKN. Salem is